d'Argenteuil, la petite nation qui va nous mener dans le chant de l'hymne national.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix, son histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on God for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on God for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. May the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5 years ago, Portapique, Nova Scotia faced an unimaginable tragedy. But what happened next in my riding is an important lesson in what resilience looks like. The people of Portapique didn't just survive, they organized. Working with the Rotary Club of Truro, they said, "We will not be defined by our darkest hours." Through generosity of donors from across Canada and support from all levels of government, they transformed tragedy into community. On June 1st, we celebrate the first anniversary of the opening of the Portapique Community Centre, proof that when communities unite, we can create spaces that honor our past while building toward a happier, healthier future. I thank them for their example, and I thank you for the time.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
For Canada to become the world's leading energy superpower is just an empty promise. Where's the investment in infrastructure? Where's the commitment to repeal the job-killing liberal anti-energy laws from the last parliament? Albertans wants to know if this government understands how important our clean, ethical fossil fuels are to the Canadian economy and to the world. Is the throne speech just rhetoric, or are the Liberals finally willing to face reality? The demand for Alberta products is there, but the delivery method is lacking. The previous Prime Minister told those who's looking to buy Canadians oil and gas that they really did not want to buy it. Will the new Prime Minister commit to a west-east pipeline to move Alberta oil and gas to the Canadian and European markets? Albertans wants to know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the first time in the 45th Parliament with a deep sense of gratitude and humility. To the people of Whitby, thank you for placing your trust in me for a third time. It's been the honour of my life to serve since 2019, and I remain committed more than ever to delivering results that improve the lives of people in our community. To the incredible volunteers and supporters who powered our campaign, thank you so very much for your time, your energy, and your heart, which made the difference in our success. And to my incredible family, my wife Suze, daughters Alexis and Brooke, my mother-in-law Verna, and my nephew Ryan, thank you for your unwavering support and all your sacrifice. I couldn't do this without you. Now, there are many challenges ahead, Mr. Speaker, but our priorities are clear. Protect Canada's sovereignty, address affordability challenges, keep communities safe, and build the strongest economy in the G7. I look forward to contributing to the hard-working team that will deliver results for Canadians.
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled to rise today to thank the incredible people of Parry Sound, Muskoka, who have placed their trust in me to represent them here in this House for the third time. This seat, of course, it doesn't belong to me, it belongs to the people I serve. From the majestic French River in the north to the historic Trent Severn in the south, from the rugged shores of Georgian Bay to the heights of Algonquin Park, it is an honor to serve the people who call our magnificent region home. But you know, throughout the election, I heard from countless people about the issues that are important to them: cost of living, safety in our streets, protecting hunters' rights, and of course the outrageous price of homes. And today I want to reassure all the people of Parry Sound Muskoka that I am here to advocate for you and for your voice to be heard in this House, your House of Commons. You have placed your trust in me, and I promise to earn that trust every single day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Mr. Speaker, today I'm proud to highlight the exceptional talent of 3 young people from my riding who distinguished themselves at the Quebec Skills and Technology Olympics held in Quebec City from the 7th to the 10th of May 2025. In cooking, Théolie Lajoie won the gold medal, demonstrating a remarkable mastery of her art. In industrial mechanics, Mathis Roson also won a gold medal, demonstrating his ingenuity and rigour. And in pastry making, Geneviève de Mello won the bronze medal, highlighting her promising talent in this demanding profession. These 3 medalists are students at CFP Innovation Outaouais, an institution in my riding that trains the next generation with passion and excellence. I warmly congratulate them for their hard work, their perseverance, and their success. They are inspiration to the entire community, and we are extremely proud of them. Bravo, Théolie, Mathis, and Geneviève.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
In the last Parliament, I introduced a private member's bill, something that will again be reintroduced soon. This bill, an act to recognize a national livestock brand as a symbol of Canada, aims to acknowledge and promote the role of farmers, ranchers, and the whole of the agriculture and animal husbandry sector, plus so much of our history, like pioneers, Indigenous peoples, resource industries like mining in the oil patch, hunters, trappers, and anyone else who played a role in building our country from coast to coast to coast. As I plan to step down as soon as possible, I hope to see this conversation on this important issue continue. This livestock brand is a heraldic symbol added to the national inventory of Canadian symbols, would be a fitting way to recognize a huge part of our country's history. At a time when national unity is at stake, this bill would be important to show that Western and frontier culture played and still plays a prominent role in the building of Canada. Conservatives get this? I hope the whole House will join in supporting this bill.
The Honourable Member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I share the story of the grades 4 and 5 classes at Glen Williams Public School in Georgetown, Ontario, and that of their dedicated teachers and parents who are actually visiting Ottawa today. These teachers assign their students to craft a letter sharing their vision for the future of Canada. The final product was so inspirational that it garnered national attention and a visit from the Prime Minister. I thank teachers across Canada who bring this type of civic education to their schools. I'm sure we can all agree that education is the foundation of a strong, united, compassionate country. Canada's youth should be able to look to their leaders to set a guiding example. It's certainly a reminder for me, Mr. Speaker, and I hope to my member colleagues to always lead with respect, integrity, and purpose, because the children are watching.
L'honorable député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Nongé. In a few days, Mr. Speaker, it will be World Milk Day. So let's raise a glass to celebrate this simple yet essential food. Milk has stood the test of time and cultures, and it is much more than just a simple drink. It is a treasure trove of benefits. It nourishes our bodies, strengthens our bones, and complements our morning cereal and sweet desserts in the evening. World Milk Day is also an opportunity to celebrate the commitment of the producers who every single day with passion and perseverance provide us with this rich resource. It is a day to reflect upon how milk reaches our tables, thanks to the work that is invisible to most of us, but absolutely essential. So today, Let us think about that glass of milk and the supply management system that supports it, just as it supports our farmers who get up every morning and keep our regions dynamic and vibrant. Cheers and happy World Milk Day to all.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago today, Albert Christian was born in Waterloo, Ontario. At age 17, he was in the local barber shop and overheard two older guys talking about heading to London, where they were going to enlist in the Canadian Army. Bert asked if he could tag along, which he did. Bert passed all the tests, exams, and interviewed, and was enlisted despite having lied about his age. Bert served in France, Belgium, Holland, and Germany with the Essex Scottish Regiment. It was in Germany that he fought on the front lines in the Hochwald Forest against the Nazis. Bert had 3 brothers that served in the war as well. All 4 brothers returned home from the war alive and well. Bert met another 4 brothers in Europe that were from Manitoulin Island who also returned home safe and sound. They invited Bert to join them when they returned to Canada, and he did. That is where he met his future wife, Maureen. At the age of 63, Bert retired to Owen Sound to be close to family. Bert had 2 children, David and Rick, and his 2 grandchildren, Candace and Corey. One saying Bert always says, "Old soldiers never die, they just fade away." And he still says that he would do it all again. Happy 100th birthday, Bert. Pro Patria.
The honourable member for Richmond East, Stevenston.
It's an honor to be elected, and I'm very grateful to the residents of Richmond East, Stevenston, for placing their trust in me once again to serve as their voice in this House. I dedicate this statement in memory of a childhood friend, Suki Baya, who sadly passed during the election. One election issue raised in our community was the urgent need for mental wellness and wraparound supports. May is Mental Health Awareness Month in Canada, and policymakers ought to be aware of the challenges Canadians face. According to the Canadian Mental Health Association, the rate of suicide for Canadian men is 3 times higher than for women. However, women are hospitalized for self-harm twice as often as men. As the 45th Parliament begins its work, I call on all levels of government to come together and invest in mental health as a cornerstone of building healthy, resilient, and thriving communities for all Canadians.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise in the House of Commons for the first time. I'm honored to serve the beautiful riding of York Centre, located in the great city of Toronto. It's also home to one of Canada's largest Jewish communities, to which I belong. Speaker, an unprecedented wave of hate crimes is terrorizing Canada's Jewish community. Under this Liberal government, hate crimes are up 250% and anti-Semitic hate crimes are up over 400%. A Jewish school located a mile away from my North York home has been shot at 3 times. Enough is enough. Conservatives stand with Canada's Jewish community for its right to exist, to worship, and to live free from violence and intimidation. Last Sunday, over 50,000 Jewish Canadians proudly marched through York Centre on the Walk with Israel. We're grateful to the Toronto Police for keeping us safe, but we demand of this Liberal government to end the incitement to violence we hear on Canada's streets and take all necessary measures to protect the Jewish community. I know that my Conservative colleagues will fight for the safety of Jews all across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker, on your election, and through you, welcome to all members of Parliament to this House. I look forward to working together as Canadians, serving Canadians. I also want to thank the people of Mississauga, Erin Mills, to my phenomenal team and volunteers for once again placing their trust in me. It's an honor to continue representing our beautiful community. Canadians have chosen a government led by our Prime Minister that's ready to meet the challenges ahead. Global instability, threats to sovereignty, and urgent pressures on housing and affordability. Our government has laid out a clear path, building a strong, inclusive economy, strengthening Canada's global role, and deepening ties with our allies. We're focused on delivering real results, creating opportunity, removing interprovincial trade barriers to build one strong Canadian economy. Let's get to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, I wish my first intervention in the House on behalf of the people of Nanaimo, Ladysmith was under better circumstances. but our community is in crisis. In 2024, Nanaimo lost 94 people to overdoses. These are grieving. Neighborhoods feel the weight of this tragedy. The safe supply experiment has failed. People are suffering. Crime is up. It has truly been a lost decade. Conservatives know that it is time to invest in treatment, to recriminalize hard drugs like fentanyl, and to provide real mental health supports, not taxpayer-funded drugs that fuel addiction. It's time for common sense solutions that restore hope and bring our loved ones home drug-free.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je prends la parole.
I stand today, 1 month after my election, to thank the people of Halifax for having granted me their trust. It's the support of my community that has allowed me to access the House of Commons.
A special place, known to the Mi'kmaq who cared for the land for millennia as Chibuktuk, or Great Harbour. It's one of Canada's oldest cities. It's home to Black communities predating Confederation and is the birthplace of responsible government. Today, Halifax is a hub of research, innovation, and technology. We're home to Canada's ocean supercluster, and we lead in climate action, shipbuilding, and global trade. We're a vibrant and fast-growing maritime city, and our greatest strength has always been our people. Haligonians are resilient, caring, and driven. As I take my seat in the chamber, I am honored to be their champion in Ottawa, and I'm ready to get to work.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise today, I want to thank my family, friends, volunteers, and the hardworking people of Elmwood, Transcona who place their trust in me and the Conservative Party. These are the Canadians who get up early, put on their boots, and build the country we love. I've been in their boots 18 years as a construction electrician, proud union member, and vice president of IBW Local 2085. The NDP and Liberals have abandoned unions. They have driven up inflation, housing costs, and taxes while supporting union-busting tactics. That's why more rank-and-file union members are turning to the Conservatives, many for the first time. Just weeks ago, we received support from local unions like the ILA, the UBC, IBEW, UA, Boilermakers, LIUNA, and many, many more. Conservatives are the party of blue-collar workers. We will keep working to earn and trust of Canadian workers and delivering strong, prosperous future they deserve.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues.
To thank the people of Carleton for the confidence they've placed in me. I will never take the honor of representing them for granted. I also wish to thank the hundreds of volunteers who believed that together we could. From Stittsville to Constance Bay, Riverside South to Metcalfe, Greeley to Richmond, and Manotick to Osgood, and all points in between, together we did. Now it's time to embrace every moment in this House and in all of our ridings to build a future in which all Canadians can thrive in the true North, strong and free.
Questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome the Prime Minister to his first official question period. This is where democracy lives, and this is where we provide rigorous scrutiny on every word he says and every dollar he spends on behalf of Canadians. Now, let's talk about those words and dollars. During the election campaign, it was elbows up as he put retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. Then secretly, he dropped those tariffs to effectively zero. But he didn't stop there. He told Canadians that the government would collect $20 billion in revenue from those tariffs and use it to cost his platform. Now that those tariffs are going to bring in $0, two quick questions. Why wasn't he honest with Canadians during the election? And how's he going to make up the shortfall? Is he going to borrow it, print it, or tax it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I first thank my constituents from Nepean for giving me the honour of being here. And could you also indulge me to say how great it is to see you in the Speaker's chair, and I trust that you're operating under the period of grace that will not be accorded to me. Appropriately, as the Leader of the Opposition just said. Mr. Speaker, our tariffs have maximum impact on the United States, minimum impact on Canada, and we are dedicating all the revenues from those tariffs to supporting the workers and businesses affected by the unjustified American actions.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, he didn't take long to pick up old Liberal habits of not being able to answer questions. But since the election, Canadians have been inundated with grand rhetoric and pretty speeches from this Liberal Party, but they are still suffering under all those policies. Household debt up at record levels, number of people who can't pay their mortgages increasing, food bank use continuing to rise. Now TD Bank is forecasting a recession with hundreds of thousands of lost jobs. The PM said undoing the damage of the last 10 years would require great speed, but he's not going to table a budget for 6 months. If he's the man with the plan and the guy you hire in a crisis, why won't he table a budget before he goes on summer vacation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the member of the opposition is very busy, didn't have a chance to study closely the 100-day plan of the former member from Ottawa, Carleton, which did not include a budget. Our plan includes legislating for one Canadian economy and nation-building projects immediately to grow this economy, and we expect the support from all in this House.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They must be really afraid to come clean with Canadians if they're going to punt it off into the fall. But, Mr. Speaker, with the throne speech yesterday, Liberals have effectively admitted that it was their policies that caused the suffering for Canadians. Their reckless borrowing and massive deficits caused the inflation. The carbon tax drove up prices and drove away investment. And their anti-development bills chased jobs out of Canada. Now, the Prime Minister is claiming that somehow the Liberals have changed. Well, he has a chance to prove it to Canadians. If he's serious, will he tell Canadians that pipelines are part of his values by repealing Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canada's new government is acting immediately to grow this economy. I just made my maiden speech in this House. Canada's new government, Mr. Speaker, is acting immediately to grow this economy. One Canadian economy out of 13, nation-building projects, one project office, working with the provinces to cooperate. We expect the support from the members opposite.
Hear, hear. That's right. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister campaigned on the slogan, the man with a plan, but the problem is that he's refusing to tell Canadians what that plan is. A budget would have been a plan. The Liberals are going to go over a year without tabling a budget. That's never happened since the 60s. But what we do know is that this Prime Minister is determined to spend even more than Justin Trudeau, and he's refusing to tell Canadians how he intends to spend their money. What is the Prime Minister trying to hide about this Liberal government's finances? Mr. Speaker, the new Canadian government has a plan. It has a daring plan, an ambitious plan to bring together the Canadian economy, have one economy instead of 13, and in order to create new projects to build this great nation. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, What I'm seeing in front of me is the same ministers, the same government that's been in place for 10 years. We know the result of 10 years of this Liberal government. And what we have now, yes, is a new prime minister, but a prime minister with no plan. He said he had one, but he doesn't want to table a budget because he knows perfectly well that his plan is disastrous and that our public finances are in a terrible state. Will this prime minister commit to tabling a budget before the summer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government will act immediately to cut taxes on the middle class by hundreds of dollars for the average family. We will also reduce or remove GST on new home builds. We have a plan, and we will be bringing in that plan immediately. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, we were having an election campaign, and during the election campaign, we heard a lot about the threats of Donald Trump. Now, this government brought in retaliatory tariffs against Donald Trump, but then they discreetly took away those tariffs during the campaign. But they didn't say anything about it because they wanted to make sure that Canadians would stay scared. But now we have a $20 billion budget hole, and that's on top of a budget that already had a heavy deficit. Could we finally get a new budget so that we can understand what's going on with our finances? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way must have been referring to the Conservative platform when he talked about the $20 billion deficit. Well, that's all right. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have counter tariffs against the Americans, and they will have maximum impact on the United States while having minimum impact in Canada. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the topic that set off this election campaign and the entire basis of the Liberal strategy was the trade and tariff and even the annexation crisis that we've been seeing with Donald Trump. But despite this, yesterday's throne speech, read by a foreign monarch, did not mention trade. It did not mention tariffs. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering how it is that this terrible crisis that got our Prime Minister elected, how did it just get forgotten in the throne speech? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, for those who were there at the throne speech, we heard about transformation in the throne speech, the transformation of the global trade system, which is a crisis for Canada, a security crisis for Canada. We have a daring plan in order to respond to this crisis. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, the Prime Minister will perhaps agree that some things are clearer when you read them than when you hear them. Now, the King's speech was incredibly centralizing, so centralizing that I think even Justin Trudeau must have felt embarrassed. We heard about a single economy, one Canadian economy, without asking anyone what they thought of that, even though the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously denounced that notion. It seems that for the Prime Minister, Canada is just a country where the provinces are like the branches of a bank that is headquartered in Toronto. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are in the middle of an economic crisis. This is a time for unity. Yes, this crisis was created by the Americans, Mr. Speaker. This is a time for unity. This is why my ministers and I, or rather, the premiers and I will meet, the premiers of Quebec and the premiers of all the provinces will meet this weekend in Saskatoon. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, it's a little bit like a military staff meeting where the general will give orders and expect everyone else to obey. Now, on another subject, let's talk about the climate crisis. That's an issue too, you know. It's causing all sorts of problems. It's causing damage for people. It's causing economic damage as well. We believe that we need to take strong action against the climate crisis. But yesterday, in the throne speech, we heard nothing about the climate. Instead, measures are being projected that will actually harm the climate and the environment. Does the Prime Minister recognize the existence of climate change? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, of course, the climate crisis exists. And it's a major challenge facing our nation. And that's why Canada needs to become an energy superpower, both in traditional and green energy. And that's why in Alberta, at the G7, next month, we will be holding a discussion on forest fires.
Lakeland.
Yesterday, the PM said Canadians shouldn't focus on pipelines. We'll tell that straight to the hundreds of thousands of workers who lost their jobs when these Liberals killed pipelines, LNG exports to allies, and capped Canadian oil and gas. Last year, 98% of Canadian crude went to the U.S., Canada's biggest customer and competitor, due to these Liberals. But in April, the PM said he won't repeal their No New Pipelines, Never Build Anything unlawful Bill C-69 and ignores premiers and businesses. When will he repeal Bill C-69? Yeah.
Minister for Natural Resources.
It's an honor to rise in the House for the first time. I wish to thank the people of Markham Thornhill for their trust. I'm also thinking of my family. I'm also thinking of my family who have supported me from day one, and my parents who I wish were still with us. It's time to get many projects built here in Canada. We will cut red tape, fast-track projects, and approve them within 2 years. We will create jobs for Canadians and build the strongest economy in the G7.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
In 5 years alone, these Liberals killed 16 major energy projects and $176 billion in options to make Canada affordable, safe, self-reliant, and united. And half these ministers, they're the same. These Liberals must kill C-69, but they can't get their story straight. 2 weeks ago, the Culture Minister said Canada doesn't need more pipelines. Last week, the Energy Minister talked a good game, but just like right now, won't commit to concrete action. How can Canadians believe anything they say? Will they repeal Bill C-69, yes or no? Yeah!
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
The Prime Minister has been clear. Yes, we will support new pipelines if there is consensus in Canada for them. With American tariffs threatening our economy and threatening our sovereignty, we must protect our energy security. There is no question energy is Canada's power. It will help us build the strongest economy in the G7, guide the world in the right direction, and help us be strong at the negotiating table. We will win this trade war. We will make Canada an energy superpower.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Over 9 years, the Liberals' anti-energy laws have weakened our country to the benefit of the United States.
That's right.
Canadian oil and gas piped to the United States provides jobs and revenues for Americans, but not for Canadians. But get this, it's at a discount. Canada's energy potential has been stalled by anti-energy laws from the Liberal government for close to a decade. Will the Prime Minister scrap the job-killing and economy-killing energy production cap?
Yes!
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, while my Conservative colleagues are interested in playing politics, I'm interested in getting things built, including pipelines where there is consensus. We will make Canada an energy superpower in both conventional and clean energy by cutting red tape, fast-tracking projects, and approving them within 2 years. This means creating new jobs and growing the economy. We can make Canada strong and protect ourselves from American tariffs if we work together with Indigenous partners, industry, and workers, but also
the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Good. Time is up.
Even the BC NDP have removed their decarbonization policies for LNG export facilities. Right. This is not politics. Even Canada's parliamentary budget officer forecasts a $20.5 billion reduction in GDP and potential job loss of 54,000 full-time jobs under this energy production cap.
Right.
Canada's loss is America's gain.
That's right.
Yes.
Again, to the Prime Minister, will the Prime Minister scrap the Canadian job-killing and Canadian economy-killing energy production cap, yes or no?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the constituents of Toronto Danforth for giving me this opportunity to stand up for Canada and to build a strong Canada. Now, to the member opposite's question, I want to be clear. If Canada wants to be an energy superpower, the Prime Minister has stated it. It's going to be low cost, low risk, and low carbon. We're going to get projects built right across our country while making sure that we protect the environment.
The honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsula.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise here representing the hard-working people of Newfoundland and Labrador for the very first time. While my province of Newfoundland and Labrador has the highest unemployment rate in the country at nearly 10%, the industrial carbon tax is compromising our competitive edge and shifting our jobs abroad. Canada's energy, mining and forestry workers are pleading to have the industrial carbon tax removed. My question is, will this Prime Minister fully repeal the industrial carbon tax to create jobs at a time we need it the most?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, making sure that polluters pay is a central part of moving forward and being competitive as an energy superpower. When we look at other countries around the world, they have border carbon adjustments in place. They are looking to Canada to make sure that the energy that we provide is low risk, low cost, and low carbon.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals claim they want to make Canada an energy superpower, but they forget it's their record over the last decade that has decimated our energy sector and kept our resources in the ground. Their oil and gas production cap will kill tens of thousands of jobs and cost our economy $20 billion. Their industrial carbon tax will cost Canadian businesses and consumers and make Canada less affordable and less competitive. Their legislation, Bill C-69, is blocking energy infrastructure and making us more dependent on the United States. The solution is easy. Will the Prime Minister repeal Liberals' costly anti-energy laws?
The Honourable Minister of Industry and Canadian Economic Development.
Thank you. I would like to thank first and foremost the constituents from Hunsik-Cartierville. Merci à tous les citoyens d'Hunsik-Cartierville. We know that we are in a trade war that has been launched by the U.S., and we know that hardworking Canadians are feeling the grunt of this trade war, particularly in the manufacturing sector, particularly in the auto, steel, aluminum sectors, and we continue to fight for them. That's why we will make sure that we invest in them, that we work on making sure that we attract the investments across the world while making sure that we grow the fastest economy of the G7.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, throughout the campaign, the Prime Minister kept saying that he was open to new energy projects. But he never clearly said that he would repeal Bill C-69, a liberal anti-development bill which would prevent Quebec LNG from being restarted. We need this in order to be less dependent on the Americans. Will the Prime Minister listen to Quebec's rural regions and repeal C-69? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Well, I'm looking forward to working with my colleague at a time when we're facing the American trade war. I'm looking forward to protecting jobs both in Quebec and everywhere in Canada, especially in the aluminum sector, for example. There is aluminum in my colleague's riding. We will attract new investment. We will create jobs here and throughout the country, and we will have the strongest growth level in the G7. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, there is a Léger poll that shows that 87% of Quebecers feel completely detached from the monarchy. And that's why the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously adopted a motion asking for all of Quebec's links with the monarchy to be abolished. In Quebec, we are Democrats, not monarchists. But on the other hand, the Liberals, well, the first thing they did after the election was to invite the King of England to parade around at a cost to Quebecers, a cost of millions of dollars. Do the Liberals realize that the very first thing they did in office proves that they are completely disconnected from Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. I'd like to thank my constituents who have enabled me to be standing up here for a third consecutive mandate. And I'd also like to remind my colleagues from the Bloc that it's always the UK Crown that reads the speech, that there's nothing different there. But this time the King came to read the speech, which is an honor for many Canadians and also many Quebecers. And I'd also like to remind my colleagues from the Bloc that we are a sovereign country. Sovereignty is a concept that they should understand. Isn't that so?
We're seeing two different narratives on housing. What two? That's what I thought.
I would like to apologize to the member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers did not vote for this, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers were hoping we'd get a serious government which would table a budget to support the Quebec economy at a time when we're facing Donald Trump. But today, Quebecers are seeing that the Liberals' priority is not the budget because we don't have a budget, and they don't care about supporting our economy. They're not doing anything for that. What is actually their priority is to put on a spectacle with the King of England. You know, whenever the Bloc Québécois talks about the monarchy, the Liberals say that we're ignoring the really important topics. Well, then why aren't they prioritizing important topics like the budget instead of wasting millions of dollars on royal pomp and circumstance? Can I get an explanation for this? The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my constituents for electing me to a fourth mandate, and I intend to fulfill my mandate with conviction, humility, and passion, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we are focusing on important topics. My colleague must be asleep at the switch. The first thing we're going to do is to reduce taxes for 22 million Canadians. We should all be celebrating here today, Mr. Speaker. 22 million Canadians will see a middle-class tax cut. That was our promise, and that's what we're going to do. Together, we will build a stronger Canada.
Two very different narratives on housing, one from the campaign and a very different one from the minister. The new housing minister, the former mayor from Vancouver, who let housing prices go up 179% in just 8 years, is saying something very different. The minister answered a resounding no when he was asked if home prices should come down from their record highs. If he's adamant that prices shouldn't go down, how much does he think that they should go up?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for Pacific Economic Development Canada.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Je suis honoré.
It's an honor for me to be here in the House.
Vancouver, Fraser, South Burnaby, for giving me the opportunity to represent them here. On the issue of affordability and affordable housing, well, first, I'm very proud to be part of a government that's committed to cutting taxes from day one here in the House. Here, here. Yeah. I'm also looking forward to pursuing the most ambitious affordable housing plan in the history of Canada, delivering a GST cut to first-time home buyers and ensuring we bring the development costs down.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
The minister know that the housing market is already in chaos. Sellers can't sell and buyers can't buy. It's proving out. Only 310 houses were sold across the entire GTA. That's a staggering 89% below 10-year average. Lower supply, higher prices spells more trouble for Canadians. So instead of building homes and bringing the cost down, he's actually building more bureaucracy. So we know that housing prices went up 179% when he was in charge of housing in Vancouver. How much higher are they going to get when he's in charge of housing for the entire country?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for Pacific Economic Development Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the member, it's not about reducing the value of an individual's home or senior's home. The member may wish to force seniors to sell their homes for less. We're going to focus on building more affordable housing and delivering a cut to the GST to first-time home buyers.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, the sale of new homes in the GTA just hit a 7th straight month of record-setting lows. Only 310 new homes were sold in the GTA in April. That's a 72% drop over last year and an 89% drop in the 10-year average, with condo sales plummeting 94%. Wow. The report warns that there will be a massive housing shortage in 2 years. Prices are too high for buyers and they're too low for sellers. So can the Prime Minister tell us what he plans to do to help the buyers that cannot afford to buy and the sellers that cannot afford to sell?
L'honorable ministre des Finances et du Revenu National.
It's good to be back, and in fact, the Conservatives have not changed, Mr. Speaker. They should listen more. My colleague was very clear about what we're doing. We're eliminating GST for first-time home buyers, Mr. Speaker, in the country, for houses up to $1 million. We should all celebrate, Mr. Speaker, and we expect the Conservative to support the Ways and Means motion we have put, Mr. Speaker, because this is how we can help Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, tax relief is certainly welcome, and it's frankly long overdue from this government, but the meager tax cuts that they're talking about will save families $70 a month. We're dealing with families that are looking at $5,000 a month mortgages or more. Equifax is reporting that the mortgage delinquencies in Ontario are at the highest level ever recorded. They're up 70%, Mr. Speaker. This is not a coincidence. It's certainly not a surprise. So instead of building a third federal housing bureaucracy, why don't we just get more homes built?
Good L'Honorable Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Speaker, in one end, it's encouraging that we hear the Conservative will support our motion, but it's concerning to hear a member, Mr. Speaker, to really talk down a measure that will help 22 million Canadians in this country, Mr. Speaker. This is shocking. This is up to $840 for a family with 2 incomes, Mr. Speaker. The people in my riding and his riding are welcoming this measure, and we hope the Conservative will support us. This is how you support Canadians.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout au long de ma campagne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All throughout my campaign, I met hundreds of young people in Montmorency-Charlevoix, my riding. They were completely discouraged by the exorbitant cost of housing. After years of Liberal governments, mortgage payments and down payments have doubled. According to the Canadian Real Estate Association, last year alone, the average home price in Quebec increased by 10%. And yet, on his first day in office, the Minister of Housing told Canadians that home prices were fine. That is so out of touch with reality. Mr. Speaker, how can the Minister look young Canadians in the eye and tell them that home prices are fine? The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague had been listening today, he would have heard that there is good news for Canadians. We will cut GST for first-time home buyers up to $1 million, Mr. Speaker. That can lead to savings of $50,000, Mr. Speaker. That is an incredible, exceptional measure. It will help young families. It will help young Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We made a promise, and we are keeping it.
Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Speaker, last month voters in my riding of beautiful South Shore, St. Margaret's, voted for change. A change to address the cost of living and a change to address the cost of living, which has eroded Canada's quality of life. They voted for a change that puts more money in their pockets, and they voted for change that builds more affordable ensure that we leave no Canadians behind. Mr. Speaker, my question is, could the Minister of Finance and National Revenue please share with this House how the government
L'honorable ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, what a great question, Mr. Speaker. I think the Conservatives should follow the lead, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for election and for the hard work that she's putting on behalf of the people of South Shore. St. Margaret's, Mr. Speaker. As she mentioned, last month Canadians voted for a government that has a plan to build the best economy in the G7, and that's what we're delivering, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're delivering, and we're going to address the cost of living in this country. That's why one of the very first announcements of this government, Mr. Speaker, was to cut tax for 22 million Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we should all celebrate.
The honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Liberal policies like Bill C-5 have led to a crime wave across Canada. Violent crime is up 50%. Gun violence is up 116%. Just yesterday, a drive-by shooting shook our small rural community of Cayuga. This crime wave is no accident. It is a direct result of the Liberal policies like C-5 that has ended mandatory jail time for serious gun offences and drug crimes. Will the Prime Minister end this crime wave by repealing Trudeau's Bill C-5?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just take a moment to thank the people of Scarborough-Gilbert-Bruce Park for my fourth consecutive mandate. To my friend opposite, my heart goes out to those who are impacted by the violence in her community just yesterday. I want to assure her and I want to assure all Canadians that we will address issues of serious violent offenders seriously. We will make sure that we tighten up bail reform, and we will ensure that our government will always be there to protect Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, a serious issue is the will of Canadians to live in peace, which they once did. Now they live in fear because of Liberal soft-on-crime policies. Liberal policies like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75 put repeat violent offenders back on the streets, contributing to the suffering of communities across Canada. Premiers, police, legal experts, civil liberties advocates all demand change. So I ask the question one more time. Will the Prime Minister restore safe streets and repeal Bill C-5 and Bill C-75, yes or no?
Yes. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on April the 28th, Canadians gave us a mandate to ensure that our streets are safe. And since that time, we've been working together with law enforcement to work towards safer communities across Canada. I want to just outline some of the highlights from the Chief of Police for the City of Toronto, who indicated that auto thefts, for example, have decreased by 39%, home invasions down by 42%, homicides down by 67%, and shootings down by 46%. We have a lot more work to do, Mr. Speaker, and we will work together with law enforcement to ensure the safety and security of all Canadians. Our government will always be there to protect Canadians.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, families across Canada feel helpless because these Liberals have done nothing to stop violent crime rising across the country. They stick with their ideological soft-on-crime policies, and that is why extortion gangs are targeting Canadian businesses and their families. In fact, just this month, we've seen more shootings, arson, and even a murder potentially linked to extortion. Yet Canada still has no mandatory minimum penalties for extortion. So will the Prime Minister work with Conservatives to bring in this same legislation that I brought in last Parliament to bring in tougher penalties for extortion?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You heard it in the throne speech yesterday. It is a top priority of this new government. We are partnering with police services across this country to fight organized crime. We'll make it tougher for violent criminals to get bail. We'll impose stricter sentences for repeat offenders. We are serious. We're going to get to work, and we're going to fight crime.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, since 2016, nearly 50,000 Canadians have died from the opioid crisis. Over 80% of accidental opioid deaths involve fentanyl. It takes just 2 milligrams of fentanyl to kill someone. Mass fentanyl production is mass murder. But liberal laws let the monsters who kill our people walk free. Conservatives are proposing to give mandatory life sentences for anyone involved in the trafficking, production, and distribution of over 40 milligrams of fentanyl. Will the Prime Minister crack down on fentanyl production and give life sentences for drug kingpins committing mass murder?
Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me just first welcome my friend opposite to the House. Fentanyl has torn every community across Canada and North America, Mr. Speaker. It's something that everyone in this House is impacted by. We're accelerating our work to crack down and dismantle the fentanyl trade and organized crime that profit from it. That's why we listed 7 cartels as terrorist entities under the Criminal Code. I'm working so closely with Kevin Brasseau, Canada's fentanyl czar, at home and abroad, to put laser-sharp focus on dismantling fentanyl rings. We will work together in order to address this issue. Our government will always be there.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, soft on crime, Liberal Bills C5 and C75 have unleashed crime waves in Brampton and across our country. Violent crime up 50%, auto theft up 50%, extortion up 400%. The out-of-touch public safety minister said during the campaign that there was nothing wrong with the bail system. Repeat offenders should be in jail, not out on bail. Does the Prime Minister agree with his minister, or does he stand with frontline officers like Peel Police to bring in bail reforms?
Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We stand with all our frontline officers, with Peel Regional Police and all police agencies across this country. We're partnering with their services, and we're going to fight organized crime. We'll make it tougher for violent criminals to get bail, impose stricter sentences for repeat violent offenders. And the Chief has reported, the Chief of Police for Toronto, that auto thefts have decreased by nearly 39%, home evasions down 42%, homicides down 67%, and shootings down 46%. And we'll continue to be tough on crime.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Before taking office, the Prime Minister helped establish multi-billion-dollar investment funds that were placed in offshore tax havens. Now he's shielding those investments from public scrutiny with a blind trust that hides but doesn't remove potential conflicts of interest. Now, Canadians are lined up at food banks in record numbers. They can't pay their rent, but they are paying their taxes, and they want to know if the Prime Minister paid taxes on his investments. So can the Prime Minister, who I welcome here today, confirm that none of the investments that he placed in the blind trust were previously held in offshore tax havens?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, as you know, the Prime Minister has followed all the rules even before they were required. He'll continue complying with all the rules. Opposition members like to distract Canadians with these hypotheticals and conjured scenarios. The fact is, we have a Prime Minister, a new government, hard at work at creating opportunity for Canadians, the strongest economy in the G7, and reducing taxes. The opposition don't like that so much, so they dig dirt on day one. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue our work.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Canadians don't want an explanation in how to bend over backwards to fit through ethical loopholes. They want to be reassured that after a decade of serial ethical law breaking, that they can have confidence that the Prime Minister is going above just the basic minimum standard. So the Prime Minister, again, who I welcome to the chamber, can he stand up and just assure Canadians that none of the funds that he had previously were held in offshore tax havens? And can he tell Canadians what those investments were in when he sat at his first cabinet meeting?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, Canada has among the most stringent ethics guidelines in the world. The Prime Minister has complied with those ethics guidelines and surpassed the requirements contained in those ethics guidelines. What the Prime Minister is busy doing is not what this member is busy doing. What the Prime Minister is busy doing is creating opportunity for Canada, standing up in a trade war against the United States, reducing our taxes, building new homes, and creating the strongest economy in the G7. That's what we're up to.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, how can we know for sure that the Prime Minister is not just making more opportunities for himself? Why is the Liberal Prime Minister so reluctant to disclose to Canadians the full extent of his personal wealth? Why so many secrets? We know that just before becoming Prime Minister, he set up, for his company, Brookfield, 2 multi-billion-dollar funds in notorious known tax havens so that the company wouldn't have to pay taxes in Canada. Can the Prime Minister confirm here and now that he has no assets and no financial interests in offshore tax havens? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it didn't take long for the Conservative question period machine to run out of material. What we're doing is creating jobs, creating a strong economy, standing strong against the United States. The Prime Minister exceeds all the requirements of the Code of Ethics, which is the most demanding of all of its kind in the world. The Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, they love to dig for dirt. Meanwhile, on this side of the House, we are creating opportunities for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Well, it didn't take the Liberal government long to start doing things the exact same way that the last Liberal government did. Here's the truth. The Liberal Prime Minister seems to be taking his sweet time covering up his conflicts of interest before opening his books to Canadians. One of his first decisions as Prime Minister was to transfer assets to a blind trust. And he claims that by magic, overnight, he will forget about all of his financial assets, as if the only ones who don't know are Canadians. Will the Prime Minister come clean and disclose all of his financial assets as well as the conflicts of interest held in his trust? Yes or no? We need an answer now. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be assured that this Parliament and our institutions are governed by the most demanding ethics code in the whole world. The Prime Minister met and even surpassed all of the Code of Ethics' requirements. If the Conservatives want to carry on like this, digging for dirt, I think electors will be disgusted. Canadian voters want us to work for them. They don't want us here slinging mud at each other. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, for too long, trade barriers have stifled the development of one Canadian economy. Our economic sovereignty is currently under threat. It is thus more important now than ever before, to promote free trade within our borders. Can the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and One Canadian Economy inform this House of the action our government is taking in order to protect our economic sovereignty and to build one Canadian economy? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board, U.S.-Canada Trade, Intergovernmental Affairs, and One Canadian Economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Terrebonne, for her excellent question. We recently campaigned on a commitment to build one Canadian economy, not 13 economies. By Canada Day, Mr. Speaker, we will table a bill which seeks to eliminate all federal barriers to internal trade. We also commit to working with provinces and territories in order to fast-track projects that are in the national interest. Mr. Speaker, that's how we intend to build the strongest economy in the G7.
Canada is in an economic crisis without any plan because the Liberals shut this place down for half the year to avoid accountability. And now the Prime Minister says no budget before fall. With record-high food bank usage, a rise in the number of those using those food banks that are fully employed, a rise in mortgage delinquencies, TD Bank now also predicts that over 100,000 Canadian jobs will be lost due to a looming recession. Given all of this information, how is it even possible the Liberals won't table a budget this spring?
L'honorable ministre des Finances et du Revenu national.
I welcome the question from my colleague, Mr. Speaker. We're being very clear that there will be a budget in early fall of this year, Mr. Speaker. But in the meantime, why we should celebrate, and we just seen now that the Conservatives are going to support our motion, Mr. Speaker. Now this is good thing, Mr. Speaker. Now Canadians will see that in this House of Commons, we need to do things for them. The first thing that we presented, that we promised and we're delivering, is a tax cut for the middle class, Mr. Speaker. 22 million Canadians will having a tax cut, Mr. Speaker. This is what we've been elected for. We're going to fight for Canadians. Every day, Mr. Speaker, is a good day to fight for Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
The Prime Minister sloganeered on a plan, yet refuses to tell anyone what that plan is. He's overseeing the longest period without a budget since the 1960s outside of COVID. Uncertainty about spending and their debt that they're going to accumulate scares away investors, small businesses, and Canadians during a cost of living crisis. We know that this Prime Minister is going to spend more than Justin Trudeau. Why won't they be clear with Canadians and let them know how much more inflation and interest rates are going to go up because of all their spending?
Hear, hear. L'honorable ministre
The Honourable Minister of Industry
et ministre responsable de Développement économique Canada.
and Economic Development Canada for Quebec's regions.
Justified tariffs by the U.S. against Canadians are making Canadians' lives much more unaffordable. That's why we're cutting taxes. As the Minister of Finance just mentioned, this new government is cutting taxes on the middle class, making sure also that we're cutting the carbon tax and cutting the GST on first-time homebuyers. We will create the strongest and fastest growing economy of the G7. This is the utmost priority of our government, and we will deliver. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
The Prime Minister claimed being the man with a plan. Very well. Where is it? After 14 years in finance, I have learned that if you don't know your numbers, you're out. We know the Prime Minister is committed to spending more than Justin Trudeau, but he won't even tell Canadians how much. TD reported that Canada is nearing a two-quarter recession with up to 100,000 job losses this fall. So I have one simple question. With the economic storm clouds moving in, how is it possible not to have a budget this spring?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Speaker, I have one simple answer. We have a plan, and it's a plan in action, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this member to the House of Commons. But the plan, Mr. Speaker, is simple. We're going to cut tax for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the leader of the Conservative just said outside the House that he's going to support our plan. So that, Mr. Speaker, is a step forward. Not only we're going to do that, we're going to remove GST for first-time home buyers for a house up to $1 million. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to remove the consumer carbon price from law, Mr. Speaker. This is a plan. This is delivering for Canadians. This is building a better economy for all.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in this House as a representative for a region that forms part of Canada's north, beautiful Labrador. We must never take our sovereignty and security in the Arctic for granted. As foreign threats to the regions increase and the impacts of climate change intensify, it is imperative that Canada work in close partnership with Indigenous and Northern communities. Can the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs inform this House on the government's strategy for the region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a deep sense of responsibility, gratitude, and humility. I stand here as a proud Anishinaabe, Innu, and Métis woman representing Churchill, Keewatin-Niukiski riding. Ensuring a Canada that is strong and free and defending the Arctic and the people living there is a top priority for this new government. We will strengthen the presence of the Canadian Armed Forces, detect and deter early warnings with radar coverage, and invest in the necessary housing and infrastructure. And we'll do this all by working with Indigenous and Northern partners every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
Mr. Speaker, in yesterday's throne speech, the Prime Minister reaffirmed his commitment to persecute the fishing and aquaculture industries with Liberal policy to close down 30% of fishing grounds by 2030. The 30 by 30 Marine Protected Areas agenda was developed by the United Nations in conjunction with foreign activists, and this government signed it. So how can the Minister of Fisheries support shutting down the productivity of the fishing industry and the aquaculture industry that means so much to coastal communities throughout Canada, given the impact that it'll have on our very own province?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the people of St. John's East for continuing to put their trust in me, and I also want to congratulate my colleague from across the aisle. This government continues to understand the cultural and the economic importance of the fisheries. And I can tell you that I am very humbled and proud to be responsible for this file. And I will also assure the people of Canada, and certainly my colleague across the aisle, that the fisheries remains an important ministry in the government, and I will do all that I can to ensure that harvesters, industry, and communities are protected.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's unemployment rate has surged to 6.9%, the highest in 8 years outside the pandemic. Alarmingly, youth unemployment is more than double that. And now, the OECD is warning that Trump's trade war will cost Canada even more jobs this year. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are worried about their futures. What immediate steps will this government take to bring the jobless rate down and protect Canadian workers who will be hurt by Donald Trump's tariffs?
Okay, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister for Jobs and Families and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise and represent Thunder Bay Superior North for a fourth term in this House of Commons. This government is very focused on protecting workers and in making sure that youth and indeed workers of all ages have the skills and abilities to thrive as our economy transitions. I will work closely with my partners, indeed members across this House, to make sure that all Canadians have an opportunity to thrive as we see economic change.
And that completes our very first question period of the 45th Parliament. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Rob Lance, Premier of Prince Edward Island. No points of order, so we'll go to... I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. We'll now go to routine proceedings. But first, I would like to table a couple of documents. I'd like to table the Canadian Human Rights Commission 2024 annual report. In French, too. Conformément au paragraphe 61.4.
Pursuant to 61.4. Pursuant to the Canadian Human Rights Act, the report on the Canadian Human Rights Commission for the year 2024. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3e, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
J'ai l'honneur également de déposer sur le...
I have the honour to lay upon the table a list of the members to serve in this Parliament, received by the Clerk of the House from and certified under the hand of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada.
Okay, we're doing...
Mr. John, Mr. John has a point of order.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Johns, you have a point of order?
The translation, we couldn't hear it in English. I'd ask that you repeat what you just said if we could. Thank you.
Okay. Can I repeat that in English? Upon the table a list of the members to serve in this Parliament received by the Clerk of the House from and certified under the hand of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada. We'll do routine proceedings, introduction of government bills. Nothing.
Just statements by
Ministers? No. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Yes, pardon? Courtney Albany.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your election as Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this petition is very important and it's timely. It's from the residents of Union Bay on Vancouver Island who are deeply frustrated. They cite that there are significant risks to workers and the environment associated with shipbreaking due to the presence of a wide variety of hazardous materials and end-of-life marine vessels. They also highlight, unlike other jurisdictions, Canada lacks standards on shipbreaking and unregulated shipbreaking activities, which are putting our oceans, coastal communities, and workers at risk on Vancouver Island and around Canada. The lack of domestic oversight of shipbreaking and disposal of end-of-life marine vessels frustrates Canada's ability to ensure compliance with its international obligations under the Basel Convention. And Mr. Speaker, this could be a job creator is what they highlight. But they want to see the Government of Canada develop enforceable federal standards to reduce the negative impact of environmental and social impacts of shipbreaking that meet or exceed those set out in the EU ship recycling regulations. They want to see provided assistance through loans or grants to long-term reputable shipbreaking companies to facilitate implementation of new federal standards into their operations and develop a strategy for recycling end-of-life federally owned marine vessels. This is the fourth year I've tabled this petition and no action, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll indulge me, just as my first time rising this place, I want to congratulate you on your election and thank the people of my community for their trust. I'm limiting myself to one petition today, and this is on behalf of Canada's strong Cypriot community. The community has brought this petition to the attention of the House, noting that the Turkish military invasion of Cyprus in 1974 was illegal and and brutal, resulting in the ongoing occupation of 37% of the island and 57% of its coastline. This occupation has led to significant human rights violations, including loss of life, displacement of thousands of Cypriots, ongoing Turkish military forces presence, and illegal settlements. And this community throughout the world and in Canada, we're marking the 50th anniversary of this tragic invasion last year and are calling for justice, freedom, and human rights for the Cypriot people. There are various other aspects mentioned, including UN Security Council resolutions calling for an end to the occupation of Cyprus. Petitioners call on the House to uphold all UN Security Council resolutions on Cyprus and condemn Turkey's ongoing illegal occupation of northern Cyprus, to advocate for the complete and immediate withdrawal of Turkish troops, to ensure no Canadian arms, military equipment, or technology are sold to Turkey or used against Cyprus or other oppressed groups, continue rejecting the recognition of the illegal occupation, and advocate for a free, united Cyprus based on relevant UN Security Council resolutions and the European Union's statements. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the good people of Mission Matsqui Abbotsford on re-electing me to this House. Today, I present a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding who are concerned about the transition from military to civilian life. Petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to drastically reduce red tape for our veterans and to improve the process from military life to civilian life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it's my first time to take the floor in the House in this session of Parliament, I also want to begin by thanking the trust that the voters of Saanich Gulf Islands have placed in me to continue to serve them. It's the honour of my life to do so. I'm extremely grateful to the 350 volunteers who helped so diligently, some of them working 7 days a week and round the clock. I'll never be able to thank them enough. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of many constituents, I'm rising to present a petition, and not for the first time, but petitioners are pointing out that there's a strong desire across the country for electoral reform. Petitioners point out that an Angus Reid poll conducted recently, this last September, found that 85% of recipients, of respondents, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, 85% of respondents want to see a citizens' assembly to choose a form of electoral reform to replace the perverse first-past-the-post system. They are petitioning in this, and I'll summarize, that the government of the day should put in place a mechanism to find the consensus among Canadian citizens who want to see fair voting that reflects the will of the voting public, to make sure that the Parliament voters get is the Parliament voters voted for. They're calling for a citizens' assembly on electoral reform to be completed within 12 months and recommended changes put in place before the next election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to the member. I will not call the rubrics questions on the order paper and notices of motions for the production of papers because no questions or motions are printed in today's order paper. I think so. I wish to inform the House that I have received a request for an emergency debate. I invite the honourable member for Nunavut to rise and make a brief intervention.
I first thank my constituents from Nunavut for placing their trust in me so that I can rejoin you in my second term in this Parliament. I thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for submitting a joint letter requesting this emergency debate as well. I rise today to seek leave for an emergency debate regarding the health and well-being of Indigenous children in Canada. The Canadian government has failed First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children and youth by imposing sweeping new changes to Jordan's Principle and Inuit Child First Initiative applications. Jordan's Principle is a legal obligation directed by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to address gaps in health care for Indigenous children. Named after Jordan River Anderson, who died at the age of 5 in hospital because the federal and the provincial governments avoided responsibility for his care. His legacy must be properly honored. How Indigenous children and youth are treated has become a national crisis. The federal government unilaterally made changes without considering the impacts on First Nations and Inuit children, youth, and families. Changes to the requirements to access Jordan's Principle and Inuit Child First Initiative result in keeping First Nations and Inuit children in poverty and less healthy than non-Indigenous children. The backlog of cases is at 140,000 applications for months to Jordan's Principle with no clear plan on how to address this matter. Nunavut worked hard to get ICFI extended, but during the federal election campaign, the Liberals canceled the Hamlet Food Voucher Program for Inuit children and families. This was a very successful program that served over 150,000 Inuit children. No reason was given for canceling this program. This political decision led to Inuit children and families back into situations of poverty. Okaktitiyi, Nunavut has the highest rate of child poverty in Canada at 42%, compared to the national rate of 18.1%. It also has the highest rate of food insecurity of any province or territory. Although the population of Nunavut is small, food insecurity in the territories is of concern to all Canadians, given the scale and severity of the problem. The NDP and I are seeking an emergency debate so parliamentarians can discuss the sweeping changes made to Jordan's Principle and Inuit Child First Initiative and address the failure of this government to implement the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal's order to Jordan's Principle. I call on you, Okaktitiyi, to ensure the country takes seriously the systemic racism and discrimination towards Indigenous children and families, to do your part to demand accountability for Indigenous children. Koyanami.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention on an extremely serious and vital issue. However, I'm not satisfied that the request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Apologize.
Orders of the day, resuming the adjourned debate on address and reply to the speech of the throne.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And now that their majesties have left the National Capital Region, we can really pick apart the throne speech that the government wrote yesterday. Yesterday, Canadians heard a throne speech that was not bad on slogans and rhetoric, but terrible on any kind of detail and a plan. And a lot of times, government members will defend that by saying, well, you know, the details come out in the legislation. And while there may be some truth to that, usually in a throne speech, you at least get a clear indication of what that legislation will do. In other words, the way that the government is going to accomplish the goals that they have set out for themselves. But we got precisely none of that yesterday. We were told the government wants to build more homes, and yet all they did was talk about increasing the number of bureaucrats that run programs in Ottawa, and nothing to incentivize municipalities to speed up development speed up development processes and lower development charges. They copied and pasted, some might call it plagiarism, which is something that the Prime Minister has some familiarity with, many aspects of the Conservative platform, one of which specifically was eliminating the GST on new home construction. They must have dropped something when they were cutting and pasting that from the Conservative platform, because they accidentally restricted that. I say accidentally sarcastically. What they did with this policy is they made it much more narrow much more narrower in its application. So our plan would have reduced the GST on new homes, period. They have restricted that to only some new home purchases. They've done nothing to talk, they did not talk at all about the way that they were going to reduce that red tape and lower those taxes. We have a prime minister who wrote a book. He wrote a book called Values, where he defined himself as a human being. And in that book, not only did he profess his love for the carbon tax, but he bragged about the experience he has imposing higher costs on not just Canadians, but on the people of the world. See, that's where this prime minister comes from. He comes from a global investment scheme where fancy bankers and powerful elites put together a grift. And the Prime Minister actually himself explained how he benefited from this. You see, he gave an interview where on this panel, he described how this grift unfolds. First, people like him, and he actually says this, he said he has access to important decision makers and policy makers around the world. He uses that access to lobby for regulatory changes. So in other words, he gets to have a glass of wine or a canapé with a government official in a country, and in those conversations or in those meetings, he convinces them to make regulatory changes, and then he goes out and invests in the companies that benefit from those changes. And the example he used, he spoke about lobbying the government of the United Kingdom to bring in a new requirement for jet fuel. That new requirement, there was no market for it. If there was a natural market for it, then aviation companies would make those changes to jet fuel. He specifically required a certain percentage of that aviation fuel had to be sourced from non-conventional energy. If there was a market for that, if that non-conventional product was more efficient, if it was cheaper, then the companies would do it themselves. They wouldn't need a regulatory agency to tell them to do it. So there's no market for it. Why? Because it will increase costs. Those costs get passed on to consumers, and fewer people would be able to afford to fly. So he convinces the policymaker to bring in a rule that cannot be ignored. In the absence of a market demanding it or necessitating it, the power of the government, the awesome power of the government, comes in and forces aviation companies to blend in a certain percentage of non-conventional energy to use in their fuel. Those extra costs get passed on to passengers. Fewer people are able to afford those tickets. So he convinces that policymaker that every plane flying in and out of a UK airport has to have a certain percentage of fuel. And then he looks around and he sees a company that's not making any money before the regulatory change, but now that there's a huge market for what they produce, this company that produces that non-conventional energy product, now all of a sudden it'll have a massive market. It'll be able to sell what it makes to all kinds of airlines flying in and out of the United Kingdom. So what does he do? He invests in that company. So not only does he lobby for the regulatory change, but then he goes and invests in the company and makes millions. You don't have to take my word for it. The Prime Minister himself admitted this before he ran for the leader of the Liberal Party. Now, imagine doing that with any other aspect of government. Imagine your buddy owns some kind of an asphalt company, and because of one reason or another wasn't making much money, maybe selling an additive for the asphalt. There wasn't really a market for it. Cities and rural municipalities didn't think they needed to buy it, didn't really produce anything of value for motorists or taxpayers in that area. And imagine you use special access to get time with ministers or with government officials, and you convince them, not because there was a market for it, you convince them to pass a rule that your friend's company's product had to be included in all the asphalt that's being laid down in an area. And then you went out and you invested in that company. If you were an elected official and you did that, you would likely be up on criminal charges. You would likely be investigated for corruption. But that's exactly what the Prime Minister did in his private sector career. He used his access with government officials to lobby for changes to allow him to make investments and make millions. That is who this Prime Minister is. In that throne speech, no mention about how to get big projects built. Remember, it was the Liberal government that cancelled big energy projects like Northern Gateway and Energy East. Northern Gateway would have opened up Asian markets. It's the shortest route between where the oil and gas is found in the ground and where there is a deep water port to be able to ship it to countries like India, China, Japan, countries with booming populations and an ever-increasing middle class. That are many of those countries right now buying their oil and gas, their energy, from countries who do not share our values, countries with dictators, with regimes that abuse the rights of women, that abuse the rights of religious minorities, that engage in fomenting wars and terrorist activities, not just throughout the region, but throughout the world. Canadians are no longer able to fill those markets because Liberals cancelled those pipelines. Nothing in the throne speech about repealing those terrible pieces of legislation or supporting those projects. He says he's the man with the plan. Slogans aren't as efficient as plans, yet there is no plan. And then he goes around and tells Canadians that there will not even be a budget for 6 months. I mean, look at all the economic calamities that Canadians have had to suffer through. An inflation crisis, cost of living crisis, a housing crisis, massive debt and deficits racked up by Liberal governments. The government now spending more, the Liberal government spending more on servicing the debt, in other words, paying the interest payments to bankers and bondholders than they are on health care. After all of this, and the Prime Minister himself saying speed was of the essence, we had to start, as a country, we had to start addressing this as quickly as possible. He's telling Canadians that we're going to have to wait for 6 months before we get this plan. I don't know of a single boardroom around the country that would keep a CEO in his position. If in the middle of a crisis, the CEO came in and said, I know we're in a crisis and don't worry, I've got a plan, I'll come back to you in 6 months. I don't think any board of directors would keep a CEO that asked for 6 months worth of grace period to start to address a problem. He says he wants to build, but he refuses to repeal the very laws that stop us from building. He will not commit to repealing C-69. That's the anti-pipeline bill, the No More Pipelines bill. He refuses to repeal the shipping ban that blocks Western Canadian oil from reaching global markets. That was Bill C-48. He's keeping in the energy cap, the production cap. He's keeping in the industrial carbon tax. The industrial carbon tax. I mean, here we have a situation where our steel workers, our aluminum workers, our manufacturers in Canada have to worry about their companies competing against American manufacturers when there is no carbon tax on the U.S. side of the border. My colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh had a great point yesterday when she pointed out that saying you're going in to fight with the Americans while keeping an industrial carbon tax on Canadian workers is like tying one elbow behind your back. It's not going to put Canada in a position of strength if the government keeps that industrial carbon tax. The Prime Minister flippantly said, when was the last time you bought a whole bunch of steel? Does he not realize that there's a lot of steel and a lot of things that Canadians buy on a pretty regular basis? Last time I opened up my fridge had steel. The car you drive has steel. Lots of household components have steel. Lots of framing material for new homes require steel. There are many, many things that Canadians have to buy on a regular basis that contain steel. That steel could be made in Canada, and we could export some of that steel into the U.S. and around the world if Canadian manufacturers had an advantage, if they didn't have to pay that carbon tax. The irrational devotion to the carbon tax that the Prime Minister has in keeping the industrial side of it is a direct repudiation of anything he has said on helping Canada fight back from a position of strength. He's going to saddle us down with higher taxes and higher regulatory regimes. There's no mention of repealing the soft-on-crime laws C-75 and C-5, which unleashed a wave of crime across the country. Those two bills drastically lowered penalties for dangerous and repeat offenders. That is what caused the crime wave. You know, crime isn't just like the weather. You know, it's not like one day there might be a bit of humidity, the next day there might be a few extra car thefts. Crime is a direct result of justice policies. And when this government came in, when this Liberal Party came in and they started repealing mandatory minimum sentences, and they started forcing judges to grant bail instead of jail for some of the country's most notorious and dangerous offenders. That is when we saw a direct correlation in the rise in crime. The same thing with the drug crisis. We had a government that decided to take taxpayers' money. Think of a taxpayer working so hard, picking up extra shifts, working long, long hours, missing out on time with their children and their families because they were hustling and striving and trying to eke out a better quality of life, knowing that when those tax dollars come straight off their paycheck, that a portion of that tax dollars was going to buy dangerous opioids to give out to drug dealers, to people to use in communities, and that those drugs ended up in the hands of drug dealers. Imagine the insult to injury that those Canadians who are barely getting by when they find out that their tax dollars went to subsidize drug distribution in our communities. This is simply the same old talking points dressed up in new packaging. The Liberals are trying to pull off a massive trick on Canadians. They're trying to pretend that if you just change your rhetoric a little bit and you change the leader and the name, but you keep the same ministers and you keep the same policies, that somehow Canadians will believe that things are actually different. See, changing superficial things is actually easy. You know, you can swap out the talking points, you can suddenly mimic some of the language that you hear from other political parties, as the Liberals did when they lifted conservative ideas. It's easy to wear black shoes and normal socks and pretend like everything's going to be different. But the things that actually affect Canadians' lives, they're not the superficial things. They're not the words on pieces of paper. They're not the grand prose that comes out of a monarch's visit to the Senate to read a throne speech. Canadians' lives are changed by the laws, the tax rates, and the regulations that governments set. And so far, we have absolutely zero indication that there will be anything meaningfully change under this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there was absolutely nothing in the throne speech to talk about unleashing our businesses and our resources. But that's what Conservatives will do. The best way to fight back against a threat against our country is to fight back from a position of strength. C'est facile d'utiliser les bonnes paroles.
It's easy to make lofty speeches and say all the right things. But at the end of the day, what matters is that we can only improve Canadians' quality of life by legislating. Speeches won't improve things for Canadians. Legislation will. Ministerial bills and decisions made by ministers. That's how we can really improve quality of life for Canadians. But as it stands, we've had no indication that this government will deliver real change for Canadians.
To the Canadian people during the last election will be what we fight for in this Parliament. Building on the success our leader Pierre Poilievre had in achieving 42% of the vote. Millions of new Canadians voting for the Conservative Party. And I know my Conservative colleagues will agree with me on this. I guarantee you, every single one of us, when we were knocking doors in the last election, met people who told us, that they had never voted Conservative before.
Yes.
Many of whom said they never even voted before.
Yeah.
But they saw in our leader, Pierre Poilievre's vision for this country, something that they hadn't seen for a generation from the Liberals. Hope. Hope that that promise of Canada could be restored, where hard work pays off, where you can earn a powerful paycheck that affords not just the basic necessities of life, but some of the nice extras as well, too. The belief that every generation that comes after will be better off than the previous because our country continues to grow and improve upon itself. That hope has been lost over the past 10 years because of Liberal government policies. And while we have more work to do as the Conservative Party to win the next election, I can assure you that our leader, Pierre Poilievre, will continue to espouse that vision of hope, that promise to Canadians that life will get better. And in the meantime, we will hold this government to vigorous account. It is our job to go through, line by line, every dollar spent, every tax dollar taken out, of the pocket of Canadians, every infringement on their liberty. Any decision that comes from this government, we will do our job. Not for ourselves, not because we're the blue team and they're the red team, but for Canadians. For the Canadians that have to go to work every day and shoulder that government spending and pay off that government debt and put up with the terrible outcomes of disastrous policies that have hurt our country for so long. More and more Canadians want a government that puts Canadian workers, Canadian energy, and Canadian families first. And that's what the Conservative opposition will be fighting for every single day for as long as this Parliament lasts, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll close with this thought. It was very disappointing for not just parliamentarians, but for Canadians themselves. There are a lot of economic headwinds that aren't just on the horizon. They are absolutely blowing through communities all across this country. TD Bank is predicting a recession just around the corner with thousands of jobs lost. We heard from our housing shadow minister today about a phenomenon that only the Liberal Party of Canada could possibly create, where prices are still so high that new buyers can't afford to buy them, but they're now lower than the inflated prices that the existing owners bought them at. So you have a situation where sellers can't afford to sell because if they drop their prices anymore, they won't be able to cover the mortgage that they owe, but it's still far too high for buyers. Buyers can't buy, sellers can't sell. Only a Liberal government could achieve such monumental failure. We have a situation where the debt required to finance what the government has campaigned on will put enormous pressure on bond markets. We don't know where that will lead, but it's never, ever led to a good place when governments start borrowing so much money that lenders start to doubt if the government will ever be able to fully pay it off and start demanding a higher and higher premium for that. So you would think that the man with the plan, the guy you hire in a crisis, the guy that claims that he can walk into a boardroom and solve these issues and he can go down. He still hasn't gotten results from his visit to the United States. Other countries have gotten deals. This Prime Minister hasn't got one. Still no plan to get new energy projects built. And worst of all, no budget to show Canadians just how bad the situation is and what they might be facing in the future. That lack of a budget is probably the most concerning thing that we've heard from the government over the last few weeks. I mean, this is the number one job. The reason why the House of Commons exists is to approve taxation and spending. That is the origin story of our parliamentary system. And it's not just a matter of disrespect, it's a matter of hiding from Canadians the true consequences of government policies. And the fact that the government will not commit to tabling a budget before they go on vacation for the summer is telling. What it's telling me is that they're really afraid to share the bad news. They're afraid of coming clean with Canadians because the numbers are so bad. But Mr. Speaker, the best thing you can do with tough medicine is take it early, and then all of us can get together with trying to fix the problem. So we urge the government to table that budget. And it's in that light that I move the following. That the motion, I move, seconded by l'honorable député de Bégantic-Lac-Dérable. Lobinière. That the motion be amended by adding the following. And we urge your Majesty's advisors to include a firm commitment to present to Parliament an economic update or budget this spring before the House adjourns for the summer that incorporates measures aimed at unleashing Canada's economic potential, including full accountability of Canada's finances.
By Mr. Berthold moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. And we urge your Majesty's advisors to include a firm commitment to present to Parliament an economic update or budget this spring before the House adjourns for the summer that incorporates measures aimed at unleashing Canada's economic potential, including full accountability of Canada's finances. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulate the Leader of the Official Opposition. That's usually a little shorter than what we're used to, coming from the Leader of the Opposition, and I appreciate that. I do have a question that's related to how important it is coming out of the election, where we saw a very clear mandate. Canadians throughout the country want to see parties working together in the best interest of Canadians to deal with the Donald Trump tariffs and trade and so forth, Mr. Speaker. Now, we'll all recall Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives years going around the country saying that Canada is in fact broken. My question to the member opposite, would he not agree that the consensus in Canada today is that we all need to work together in order to pass the necessary legislation to show unity and to be together in representing the interests of Canadians? Would he not agree to that?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, of course, there's always a desire to have people work together, but working together for the sake of working together, or working together to achieve an end to the disastrous policies that cause the suffering in the first place. And if the government is sincere, if their actions and their legislation matches their rhetoric, then they can expect that we will work together to pass the ideas and the policies that they lifted from our platform, admitting that it was their policies that caused the problem. But, he talked about standing up to Donald Trump, and this is the part that I have a big problem with, because what the government did was they said elbows up at the beginning of the campaign as they were going to, keep the industrial carbon tax or keep blocking energy projects, but they were going to go down and deal with Donald Trump from a position of strength. And then secretly during the campaign, it was elbows down as they quietly lowered those tariffs, those retaliatory tariffs, down to 0%. Then it was elbows back up at the end of the campaign as the final days, but they didn't tell Canadians what they had done. And it was elbows back down when he went and when the Prime Minister met with Donald Trump. The elbows were up, the elbows were down. It was like they were doing the chicken dance over there.
The Honourable Member for Leduc Wetaskiwin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
OK. Alors, le député, j'allais m'y rendre, mais je vais aller.
You were going to be next, but we will go to you now. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Artud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is day 3 back at Parliament, but this is my first time rising in this new Parliament. I would like to sincerely thank the voters of my riding for placing their trust in me for a 3rd term. My riding has changed name, but the boundaries remain the same. And the voters who I love from the bottom of my heart also remain the same. Thank you to the people in my riding for this 3rd term. Here's my question to my colleague. Does he think that President Trump started quaking in his boots upon hearing the speech from the throne? Let's really put ourselves inside the mind of a White House staffer who summarized the speech for Donald Trump and gave him suggestions, recommendations. There was a fear campaign. During the election campaign, we were told that only a Liberal government could save and protect Canadians. So here's what I'd like to know. All right, we'll bite. So what would have been summarized to the president, and how would he have reacted? Well, I reckon that the president watched the speech from the throne and was in fact happy upon realizing that the Canadian economy will remain weak after the government's disastrous policies. And the president was likely happy to see that things will not change, that the Canadian government will continue with heavy paperwork that's burdensome for our businesses. No change was announced in the speech from the throne.
That would have signaled anything to the U.S. administration that Canada was going to, that the Canadian government was going to do the things that would make our country stronger, the things that would put pressure on the U.S. administration. The thing that will put the most amount of pressure on the U.S. administration to drop those tariffs are American investors asking the president to make it easier to invest in Canada. And when those investors are looking at, never mind tariffs, but looking at Canadian policies and say, well, what's the point of investing in Canada if we pay higher taxes? What's the point in investing in Canada if we can't get our projects built? So they're not going to be going to Washington to lobby for easier access to the Canadian market because the policies of the government have sent the signal to them that they won't get that return on investment here in Canada. So what will actually make Canada deal with the U.S. from a position of strength is when we lower those taxes, we speed up our approvals process, we get big projects built again, so those American investors go to Washington and demand an end from their own president to the tariffs that are blocking them from the Canadian market. That's the recipe for success.
The honourable member for Leduc, Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lost in maybe all of the noise during the election campaign emanating from down south was a real movement, I think, for change, a change back to a common sense fiscal conservatism that we had in this country from 2006 to 2015. 2 million more Canadians voting in our direction and voting for that type of change. One of the constants during that time from 2006 to 2015, and in 2015, of course, we had the strongest middle class in the world and a balanced budget. One of the constants was a regular budget every single year in the spring. And I remember 2011, we were both re-elected in 2011. You, I think, for your fourth time. The leader for the fourth time. One of the things that happened, Election Day was May 2nd, and on June 6th, Jim Flaherty put forward a budget. We voted on that budget on June 13th. How important, as we moved out of a global economic, not just recession, but an absolute global economic meltdown during that time, how important was that regular spring budget to keeping us on track as a country?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's just a fantastic question. He's absolutely right. In 2011, government didn't miss a beat, had that budget ready to go after the election. It drives departments. A federal budget sets the plan, sets the stage for every single government department. It sends the signal to businesses, to job creators, to investors as to what they can expect, the rules of the game for the next 12 months or so. It also sends a signal to the bond markets of how the government is going to manage its finances. And just as if you went into a bank and asked for a loan, and you couldn't show pay stubs, you couldn't show expense accounting, a bank would charge you a higher interest rate if they weren't sure about where you were going to get the money to pay off the loan. The same is true for governments. The governments have to go out and ask people who have money to borrow that money. And those people that buy that government debt, in effect, lend the money to the government of Canada, when they don't see a fiscal plan, are going to charge a premium for lending that money to the government. So I believe that without that plan, we're going to see higher interest rates, and that means more tax dollars going to pay bankers and bondholders than going into tax relief or improving services for Canadians.
Honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations for your election. I have a question for my honourable colleague. With everything happening south of the border in the States, tariffs, trade wars, I would like to hear how he expects to work here in the House with all colleagues and how we should all work collegially to keep our country's interests together. I would like to thank my new colleague for that question. I've a response with a message of goodwill. If the government is truly interested in delivering real change for Canadians, we would be more than happy to work with them. We can find common ground. But we've already seen in the past that there hasn't been a lot of change. We have Justin Trudeau ministers still here, Justin Trudeau policies still a carbon tax on aluminium and steel production. We'll examine bills one by one, and if truly they are interested in changing Trudeau policies, then perhaps we'll find solutions and bills that we will be able to support. But if it will be the same old tune, increasing taxes, increasing red tape, violating Canadians' rights and freedoms, then we're going to turn the volume right down.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today for the first time in this Parliament with immense gratitude and humility, honoured again to represent the people of the Yukon in this chamber. I'll be sharing my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank the citizens of the Yukon for their trust and confidence in me. I was gratified to receive the support of so many of my constituents, but regardless of whether and where you placed your vote, I remain committed to representing all Yukoners and to maintaining a strong voice for the Yukon as a commitment to a stronger union and united Canada that firmly embraces and includes the North. I also want to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, on your election to this esteemed role. I have full confidence that you'll guide the members in this House to honour the Athenian spirit that you refer to, a House where we can participate in vigorous and informed debate while maintaining the highest regard for each other as elected representatives of all Canadians. To my colleagues across the House, both those returning and those newly elected, I look forward to working with each of you in the spirit of collaboration and respect. I want to give special recognition to the new members of Parliament from Generation Z, whose presence in this House is both refreshing and inspiring. You bring a fresh energy that resonates deeply, not only with young Canadians, but especially with young Yukoners who see their future reflected in your voices. It's a privilege to be back in Parliament representing a territory as unique and vital as the Yukon, a place where the true North is indeed strong and free. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the speech from the throne delivered by His Majesty King Charles. His words carried a powerful message of unity, respect and hope, a reminder of the values that bind us as a nation. I appreciate the recognition of the land on which we gather. I'd also like to acknowledge with deep gratitude that we're gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. And let us remember whenever we speak in this great house on whose territory we have the privilege to reside. This acknowledgement reminds us that reconciliation is a shared responsibility that we must carry out with sincerity and resolve. In the Yukon, reconciliation is a commitment we strive to live up to every day. True reconciliation means Indigenous peoples must have a real voice and real power over the decisions that shape their lands, their communities, and their futures. We will continue to uphold the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, not just as policy, but as a promise. Mr. Speaker, you'll note that my few minutes on this stage begin and end with the North. As Canada faces unprecedented challenges in this world, these challenges are experienced even more in the North. Yet, as reflected in the throne speech, this moment also provides us with incredible opportunities, opportunities for renewal and for thinking big and acting bigger. So too do opportunities lie in the North. We in the North are on the front lines of the climate crisis, from melting permafrost, wildfires, and ecosystem shifts. They're not tomorrow's headlines, they're today's reality in Yukon. But we're not just experiencing these changes, we're leading the way with solutions. From renewable energy projects to Indigenous-led conservation, Yukon is showing that environmental leadership and economic growth can and must go hand in hand. We must continue and strengthen our government's investments in clean energy infrastructure, climate adaptation, and Indigenous environmental stewardship in the North. Our responsibility is clear: to protect this land for future generations while building a sustainable economy rooted in respect for nature. Healthcare is another urgent priority. Too many Yukoners and Canadians across the country, especially those living in rural and remote areas, face long waits, long travel, limited access to the care they need. Canadians need and deserve prompt access to primary care. Mental health and addiction services are stretched too thin, and our prevention efforts are not yet meeting the need. In collaboration with provinces and territories, our government will continue work on these serious gaps in healthcare access. A strong Yukon also depends on a just and inclusive economy, one where everyone has a chance to thrive. Economic progress means better education, housing, and job opportunities for the Yukoners' youth and families. in Yukon and across the country. Comme il était souligné dans le discours de
As was highlighted in the speech from the throne, French is a pillar of Canadian identity. Many people don't know the vitality and the strength of the Franco-Yukon community. As a proud Francophile, I'm proud to live with this dynamic community. It is striking to note that Yukon has the third highest bilingual per capita population in Canada. As the member for Yukon, I'm deeply committed to defend French so that the community can continue to flourish.
It respects and celebrates its two official languages, but also its multiple Indigenous languages. The Yukon, in fact, is home to 8 distinct Indigenous languages, each a vital expression of culture. Today, all 14 Yukon First Nations are actively engaged in efforts to restore and revitalize these languages. As our government continues its commitment to Indigenous languages and reconciliation, I remain dedicated to advocating for the resources and support needed to ensure the ongoing renewal and flourishing of Yukon's original languages. Our government is driven by a fundamental belief: a strong economy must work for everyone. Today, too many Canadians are struggling to get ahead, and we are taking action. We're cutting taxes for the middle class, saving two-income families up to $840 a year. We're making home ownership more attainable by cutting the GST on home prices at or below $1 million for first-time home buyers, delivering savings of up to $50,000, and reducing the GST on homes between $1 and $1.5 million. Nous offrons une réduction d'impôt qui...
We are offering an increase that will allow low-income families to save at least up to $840 a year. Housing is more accessible by reducing GST on housing with a price that is equal or inferior to $1 million for those who are buying property for the first time.
On building a strong, inclusive economy that leaves no one behind. This means lowering the cost of living, making housing more affordable, and unlocking opportunities in the skilled trades. We will remove interprovincial and interterritorial trade barriers, investing in nation-building infrastructure, and strengthen Canada's position on the global stage while safeguarding our sovereignty, borders, and values. Amidst unsettling and increasing global conflicts and insecurity, all eyes are on the Arctic. Thus, I'm pleased that the throne speech confirms that Canada will invest to strengthen its presence in the north as this region faces new threats. In the Yukon, no less than anywhere else in the country, building a strong Canada means working in deep partnership with Indigenous partners. That's why I'm pleased to see that our government will double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program from $5 to $10 billion, enabling more Indigenous communities to become owners of major projects. Together, these are not just government goals, they're our shared priorities, a blueprint for a stronger Yukon and a stronger Canada. As we move forward, I'm confident that by working collaboratively within government, with Indigenous partners, and with communities across Canada, we can meet these challenges head-on. Mr. Speaker, this moment demands bold action and clear vision. I'm proud to be part of a government that shares a commitment to building a secure, prosperous, and inclusive Canada, a Canada where Yukon's voice is heard and where all Canadians can thrive. As His Majesty stated yesterday, Canada's national anthem celebrates the true North strong and free. Mr. Speaker, my home and the home of the 47,000 Yukoners that I represent is the very heart of Canada's true North. As we build a Canada strong, secure, safe, and free, I will ensure on behalf of my constituents that the Yukon, with all its rich resources, its pristine environment, and its people imbued with the spirit of innovation, community, and adventure, that this great territory, Canada, will be with you all the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci. Ganoshish. Jonathan Masicho.
Thank the honourable member. Questions and comments? Oui, un instant. Le député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, we saw electioneering methods. Carbon tariffs was abolished by the former Liberal government. During the campaign, despite the fact that this carbon tax was abolished, the government sent checks to the tune of $3.7 billion to all Canadians to compensate a tax that had by then been abolished. Even worse than that, all Canadians paid for these checks, including people living in Quebec, but Quebecers are the only ones who didn't get any compensation, who didn't get any of this check money. Almost $800 million were sent from Quebec to the rest of Canada to compensate a tax that no longer existed. Does the Liberal government commit to reimbursing this $800 million amount that Quebecers unjustly paid? The honourable member for Yukon. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate my colleague for his recent election. I would also like to welcome him to the House. Now, with regards to the carbon tax and affordability, he has spoken about two significant challenges for our country. I can't give a specific response to his question. He could ask for a response from the government, of course. What I can say is that I have noted the following. The fight against affordability, or for affordability rather, and the fight against climate change are our government's two priorities. This for the months and years to come.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the many comments. My colleague has been a true advocate for Northern Canada and, in fact, all regions of the country in many different ways. The question that I have for him is very similar to what I asked the Leader of the Official Opposition. And that is, Canadians were very clear. There is a minority mandate, a very strong minority mandate. And that requires both government to work with opposition where we can to try to build the consensus that is so critically important, especially at a time in which Canadians are genuinely concerned about issues such as the tariffs and trade and so forth. And I'm wondering if he could give his thoughts or his insights on, from his perspective, how he would like to see the House move forward in terms of that sense of cooperation.
Oh, sorry. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Winnipeg North for a really important question. Certainly what I heard over and over again during the recent electoral campaign was concern, anger, and even fear on the threats posed by the tariffs and the instability in the current U.S. administration that poses an ongoing threat to Canada's economic and indeed national sovereignty. Therefore, I think this is a special moment in Canada's history. I think that was noted during a historic throne speech yesterday, and I think there is a call for us as members of this House on all sides to respond to Canadians' request for unity, determination and courage to protect Canada's sovereignty and economic well-being in this time of enormous challenge. Thank you.
The honourable member. Just a few seconds remain. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the honourable colleague did not answer my colleague's question. It's not complicated. A tax was abolished. A reimbursement check was sent out to Canadians. A reimbursement for something that hadn't actually been spent. $3.7 billion this cost. It cost that amount to all taxpayers. Quebecers didn't receive this check, but they paid themselves $800 million to reimburse Canadians who didn't pay into a tax in the first place. So can someone allow me to understand how this liberal maths can be figured out? A very brief response from the member for Yukon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that question. I can note once again that this government's commitment is to address the affordability crisis and the climate crisis at the same time. We will pursue these priorities with strength and determination. The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Yes. Yes, go ahead. The honourable member for... Fundy Royal, yes.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 43-2A, I would like to split all remaining Conservative Party of Canada slots.
Okay, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share my thoughts and the thoughts of my constituents in support of the speech from the throne. And I welcome you in that chair and look forward to working with all members in this House on the really important work that we have to do. Mr. Speaker, when I first ran back in 2014, 2015 to become a candidate for the Liberal Party, and then to go on to become a member of Parliament for the best riding in Canada, which is Mississauga, Erin Mills, the main objective that I had as a 28-year-old first-generation immigrant, young woman, a racialized woman, and a lawyer, was to make sure that every single Canadian had equality of opportunity, that they had the ability to be able to take as much and as a foundation of what we build here in Parliament and as government, and to utilize that as a foundation to make sure that they succeed and that all in all Canadians succeed. Because when one Canadian is successful, all of us are successful. So I was really, really happy to hear the speech from the throne and to talk about what it means to be a Canadian, to talk about not only Canadian sovereignty, to not only talk about Canadian identity, but to also talk about the uniqueness of how we support one another, how we build community together. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, when I first moved to Canada, I was a young, impressionable 12-year-old girl coming in from England, and was really surprised at how respectful our Canadian communities are. I mean, my front neighbors didn't look like my side neighbors, didn't look like my back neighbors, and yet we continued to be one of the most peaceful, respectful communities in the world, and that is noted by leading organizations and by the United Nations as well. I always wondered why that was, and I spent a lot of time working with volunteer organizations as a kid, you know, whether it was my local library or food banks or the art galleries, trying to understand what makes Canadians who we are. How are we so peaceful? How are we able to bring our differences together and utilize them for the betterment for each and every one of us? And the reality over this past 25-year journey on this has been that it's not a flip of a switch. It is a consistent, constant, determinative effort between all levels of government, between civil society, between grassroots organizations, and indeed individual Canadians to make sure that we continue to build bridges amongst one another. Right now, Canada stands at a precipice. We are standing in a very insecure time. And it's not because of who we are. A lot of it has to do with external factors. And what the King's speech really highlighted for me is what that action plan is going to look like going forward, to make sure that we maintain our sovereignty, to make sure that we decrease instability, to make sure that each and every Canadian not only has the equality of opportunity to do everything and to succeed in everything that they want to succeed in, but also those that are less fortunate those that do need that extra foundation also have that support. Mr. Speaker, in my 10 years in this Parliament, I have served as a member of the Justice Committee. I have served as the chair of the Justice Committee. I have served on the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee, on the Public Accounts Committee. I have served on the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians as a former chair for the Women's Caucus and the All-Party Women's Caucus, as I'm the vice chair for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and most recently as parliamentary secretary to National Revenue. I have a solid understanding of what it takes within this Parliament to come together and to find those concrete solutions that each and every single member here in our chamber has heard from our constituents. I can talk about the dire need for housing, for affordability, to make sure that equality of opportunity exists for that single mom who's having that difficult time putting food on the table because she is a single earner. Or precarious housing, those that really need that housing and cannot afford it. Those young people that need the jobs in order to get that leg up within our communities and to grow our economy. To make sure that Canada represents itself in a strong way in the international front, not only as how do we deal with our neighbors to the south, but also with how we deal with significant challenges all across the world, whether it is about Gaza, whether it is about Ukraine, or China, or Russia, or what's happening in Sudan or Yemen. Ultimately, I think Canada needs to stand by the rule of law internationally and make sure that we are doing right by our partners and by our allies. And that comes from having a consistent, a solid, and a significant approach to how we do business here in this House. I know my colleague from, I forget it, Winnipeg North, mentioned that we are a strong minority. But I disagree with that, because I don't think we're a strong minority. I think if we are able to, each and every one of us in this Parliament, put aside our partisan differences and come together and build a strong Canada united to talk about the interests of each and every one of our constituents first and foremost, then we're not a minority. We are the representatives of who we are as Canadians, what is our identity, and where we need to go to protect our Canada sovereign, to protect our Canada strong and free. Mr. Speaker, it is going to be a very interesting Parliament, I am sure. It is going to be a challenge to bring everyone together. And I think that this speech from the throne sets out very key priorities to help us find that common ground where we can put aside our partisan differences, where we can actually talk about and find concrete solutions for the people that have elected us and put us here in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I am willing to do that work, and I hope that all of my colleagues across all the aisles here are willing to do that work also. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I will say that the priorities that have been outlined in the speech from the throne represent the voices that I heard in my constituency when I've knocked doors. It represents the conversations that I have had with my local mayor in Mississauga. It represents the conversations I have had with our provincial parliamentarians within the province of Ontario. And it represents each and every person whose ideologies, whose fears are validated and heard through this speech from the throne. I think this is an excellent plan of going forward over this term to make sure that each and every Canadian has the equality of opportunity to thrive, to have the foundation they need to be able to succeed, to grow their families, and to be able to live a happy, united, and a strong Canadian identity life. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will stop my remarks, and I look forward to the questions that my colleagues may have for me. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, you look relatively distinguishing in your role today here in the House. And to the member, I really appreciated her comments and her suggestions on the throne speech and working together. And I have just a very simple question. A lot of people now in Canada are trying to figure out who this Liberal Party is. And with this throne speech, it really is confusing because there was things that were talked about during the campaign that are so different than what was talked about in the previous Liberal government. And of course, a lot of the things they talked about in the campaign were actually things that we brought forward. So the question I have for her, which Conservative policy did you think was the best policy that you took away from the Conservative Party?
The member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'll thank the member and congratulate him on his re-election. I think the people of Canada spoke, and they elected a Liberal government, and they also rejected Pierre Poilievre and his Conservative policies. And so when I talk about making sure that we are working together collaboratively, I am talking on behalf of what I've heard from constituents in my riding to say, hey folks, we want you to get your stuff together, we want you to work together, we want you to represent all Canadian voices and one Canadian identity, and make sure that we get things done in this Parliament. And I challenge that member, can we do it or not?
The member for Jonquière.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I carefully listened to my colleague's speech. It was an excellent speech. She spoke about the precarious situation that Canada is facing and the external threats we face from the U.S. I find it disturbing, or perhaps a bit funny, in fact, to suddenly discover the advantages of sovereignty. That is a little bit funny and ironic. So my question, there is a Francophone nation in North America which is surrounded by Anglophones, which is constantly being threatened from the outside. And I wonder if my colleague today is able to better understand the challenges facing Quebec, and if this has not made her a bit more understanding to Quebec's project of independence.
The member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Intervention. Je pratique mon français.
I'm practicing my French. Sorry for my mistakes.
Quebec identity, Francophone identity, is part of Canadian identity. And we are going to continue to make sure that every single Canadian is well represented. I have Francophones in my riding, just as New Brunswick does, just as the Atlantic provinces do, just as Alberta does, just as the rest of Canada. French and Francophonies are very much part of Canadian identity, and I want to make sure that we are collective as we're dealing with our external threats here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I want to pick up on the member's comments in regards to a One Canada. It's estimated that we could save somewhere in the neighborhood of close to $200 billion if, in fact, we were successful at continuing to work with Indigenous leaders, but in particular our provinces and territories, to look at ways in which we can take down those internal barriers. We've actually made the commitment by July 1 that those federal barriers are going to be taken down. And I'm wondering if she can just amplify or provide her perspective on the importance of promoting and encouraging that one Canadian economy.
Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and through you, I'll thank the member for Winnipeg North, who I believe still holds the record for the most amount of words spoken in this chamber. Look, it is about one Canadian identity. It is about one Canadian economy. And when we talk about removing barriers, we're also talking about indirectly impacting other issues that arise from these barriers. It's not just about economy, it's about the labor, it's about movement of people and how we can provide services. You know, for example, a lawyer in Ontario should be able to practice all across the country. A business that is functioning out of Saskatchewan should be able to provide business all over the country. It is about not only leveraging our resources for the better, it is about uniting Canadians, connecting Canadians, and building a stronger Canada for everybody.
Resuming debate, le député de Beaulieu-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, in December 2024, when we left this House, some of us were printing out our CVs. In January 2025, a serious crisis was brewing with the U.S. With three main axes, there was the tariff axis, which was ultimately temporary, though serious, because tariffs are a tool of intimidation or a response to such an attempt at intimidation. Then there was a trade crisis with efforts to a new free trade agreement or a less free trade agreement. And then finally, in third place, something that we used to think was perhaps a joke and would always be a joke, but we can now realize that it might have been serious. And ultimately, all of the uncertainty caused by that threat from the U.S. was used to benefit the Liberal campaign. Now we know that very quickly there was a Liberal leadership campaign. And then the Liberal leader was chosen, new ministers were chosen, and then there was an election. So very quickly, during this crisis, we were told, in fact, by the Prime Minister himself on Radio-Canada, that if there was no crisis, there would be no Mark Carney. I'm sorry, I know I'm not supposed to name him, but this is a quote. But then yesterday, we all laughed a great deal when we heard that during the throne speech, there was not a single word about the tariff crisis and nothing about the trade crisis. Meanwhile, a foreign monarch came to tell us all about Canadian sovereignty, even though he's actually someone else's king, a very dashing king. What happened to the crisis? We all seem to know that there was this big crisis. Well, it was very useful to the Liberals, let me say that. So, are we saying that the crisis is over just because the Prime Minister is who he is? Is it just because he was already the incumbent Prime Minister and he still is? Did that fix the crisis? He says that the reason for which he decided to run that very reason, what he says made him run, did not even show up in his own throne speech. Instead, he's bringing in an unheard of level of centralization, both in reality and in terms of his intentions. Once again, in the area of health, once again, this government is intruding into an area of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. Same thing for both Medicare and dental care. It's nonsense because ultimately the federal government, which knows less about the area, is going to be doing these tasks and it's going to take longer and be more expensive. And the same thing applies to childcare. And of course, there's a reason the federal government is doing this. It knows that when it places the finances of Quebec under strain, it can better control Quebec. It can better dominate Quebec. There's also been an environmental centralization because the federal government wants to bulldoze over Canadian environmental standards in order to bring in pipelines, despite the fact that the Quebec BAP, the Environmental Assessment Agency, is a legal obligation. We can't just run around stampeding all over legal obligations, and yet here we are. And then they also want to make a unified economy. They want a single pan-Canadian economy despite the fact that each Canadian province has its own economic tools. And not only that, they perform differently, using different tools with different results on the basis of a different economic reality. This principle of a single pan-Canadian economy was unanimously criticized by all members of the National Assembly of Quebec. So either this government doesn't care at all about what the members of the National Assembly of Quebec say, or they just are unaware. Earlier, during question period, I heard a bunch of questions from members from the west of Canada, and they don't seem to be happy about this either. They don't seem happy at all about the idea that there would be a single pan-Canadian economy that would trample all over them. And this government is also showing a centralizing attitude towards Canadian multiculturalism, which Quebecers don't usually appreciate because it denies Canadians' linguistic specificity. It denies Quebec's specificity in terms of values, as well as Quebec's specific immigration challenges, because our immigration challenges are not the same as elsewhere. And of course, this also applies to the linguistic and values aspects of immigration. The good thing about a throne speech is that it comes right out. It comes right out and says what it wants to say. Basically, a throne speech is just saying, regardless of what other people think, here's the vision that we're going to apply. And the throne speech showed a real ignorance in regard to parliamentarianism, in regard to our legislative processes. Because ultimately, the real power should lie with our elected officials and parliamentarians. It's a little bit like the image I mentioned earlier during question period. It's a little bit like Canada, if Canada were a bank with a few branches in Moncton, Vancouver, Quebec City, and so on, as if Canada were a central bank with various cities that act as the branches of the bank and that take their marching orders from the head banker. I am not saying this with malice, but this way of doing things bothers Quebecers, and it bothers Quebec MNAs. And of course, the federal government is doing this so it can have control over the public coffers, and then it can threaten the provinces with removing money or restricting money, but the provinces won't dare to raise taxes. And so this way, the federal government can further consolidate power and finances into its own hands.
Moreover, there are 22 of us. This might not surprise you, but here comes the truth. Climate change exists. It is a real thing. Climate change exists, and it is destroying the environment at a very rapid pace. It is destroying lives and is incredibly expensive. It costs Canadian families thousands of dollars each year in insurance, in higher grocery costs, in taxes to cover repairs and rebuilding. It costs more than we actually spend to fight climate change. When the Prime Minister led Brookfield, we need to believe that he then believed in climate change because, on paper, it was a green investment fund. But in fact, half of the green investment fund was actually a black investment fund because it went to oil. The Prime Minister will have to clear that up for us. When he led Brookfield, did he believe in fighting climate change, or was it just a way to attract investment? Climate change was not at all mentioned in the speech from the throne. We usually talk about climate change often. Repentigny has given us the environment and climate change Wayne Gretzky, who is going to help us out with this. We're wondering whether there's any care for the environment anywhere on the government benches. Maybe perhaps the former environment minister? Apparently now is not the time to talk about climate change, immigration, values, the French language. Apparently now is not the time to talk about pensioners. It's not the right time to talk about anything, apparently, because we're in a crisis. But we're told that there will be a time to discuss these things, and we will be ready to do so. We need to build wealth with environment and the economy going hand in hand. Currently, the profit we're generating is ending up in very few pockets and spent on massive ships somewhere in the Mediterranean, but it's not actually benefiting the taxpayer, who's always paying more and receiving less and less. And yet, we will have to find a way to work together. Quebecers and Canadians voted for a banker prime minister so that he could negotiate with the United States. $4 billion will be spent to reimburse a tax that we didn't pay for. We didn't pay for it. I don't understand it. But Canadians, not including Quebecers, got $4 billion. But Quebecers did not get a penny because we have our own carbon market. We did not receive rebate payments. All the subterfuge behind this is not especially transparent. I would like to remind this Parliament that Canada owes Quebecers $800 million. I'm going to repeat that as long as I need to until the money is received. You were bold enough to say to Quebecers, we've invented something fake. It's fake, and we're going to get money from it. But everyone is going to get money. Everyone's going to get the rebate, but not you because you're just Quebecers. Next, $6 billion in tax cuts. Legislation will be presented soon. Well, this money is useless. The finance minister said that there would be a full economic statement and a budget next year. The prime minister had said, no, buddy, there will be a budget this fall. The tax cuts won't apply before the 1st of January 2026. So that legislation will be useful if there's no budget. Next, $20 million in counter tariffs. That's billions, $30 billion added to this year's deficit in Canada. Justin Trudeau must be saying, well, I didn't spend enough. I could have spent a lot more. I wasn't brave enough. We have no economic update. We have no budget. But we need to believe that we haven't been played. Now, Quebec is different. During the election campaign, we talked about 8 sectors which are not exclusive and which are unique to Quebec's economy. Aluminum, strategic minerals, supply management, aerospace, forestry and lumber, clean energy, culture, because of course Quebec's culture is very different and we will not be eaten up by other culture, and fisheries. We discussed solutions during the campaign. Nowhere in the speech from the throne can we find the word solution. We suggested wage subsidies, research and transfers to businesses to make them more competitive, diversifying markets. I went to Europe. I discussed market diversification with the representatives of the European countries. We also suggested things for productivity, public contracts, supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, preserving our purchasing power, the military. I know more about our economy than the new Grandmaster. We proposed a whole host of solutions. I took part in making those suggestions, but none of them were taken. It's as if the government is saying, I'm not taking away your house, but I'm taking your garage. Tomorrow I'm coming for your bedroom. And the following day I'll take your kitchen. You'll still have a house, but all you'll have left is the bones of the house, maybe the basement. We need to be able to agree on certain things. As I was saying, we need to get through the crisis. During the campaign, we listened to Quebecers and we promised to work as hard as possible on working together to find shared ground, to find some middle ground between how Quebec sees itself and how Canada sees itself. The Bloc Québécois doesn't have a monopoly over how Quebec sees itself. But Quebec's National Assembly has been very clear in affirming that Quebec has one parliament, and it is the parliament that speaks for Quebecers. You can speak to what you envision for Canada. We can speak to what Quebec envisions for itself. There will always be issues related to language, environment, economy. But we will do our utmost to work alongside others in this place because Quebecers are watching us and we are here to represent them and make their voices heard. We're going to agree using what Quebecers have given us, which is the balance of power in committees. Here, we have a certain weight given the breakdown of parties in Parliament, but committees will be presided by Liberals. When the Liberals disagree with the Conservatives, which is often the case, Quebec will be able to weigh in a way that makes a difference. We will need to negotiate. And as I've said many times, we are ready to find common ground and to negotiate in good faith. Before we exercise our balance of power, we can try to agree. But in committee, we may come up against disagreements. As a test of good faith, starting today, I wish to put forward a sub-amendment to the Conservative amendment to the speech from the throne. I move, seconded by the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, Saint-Jean, rather, seconded by the member for Saint-Jean, that the amendment be amended by adding the following. Out of respect for jurisdiction, Quebec's jurisdiction, and out of respect for Quebec's institutions, and out of respect for those of all other provinces too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Blanchet seconded by Ms. Normandin, moves that the amendment be amended by adding the following: with respect for the areas of jurisdiction and institutions of Quebec and the provinces.
Amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The member for Beauce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Temporary Foreign Workers Program is essential to our regions, and it's incredibly important in Beauce. The Liberals have not given many details about that in the speech from the throne. The program has already been cut in the past. What is the Bloc's position regarding the Temporary Foreign Worker Program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Temporary immigration is a rather complex matter. The intention is always, I believe, well-intentioned, or could be. Sometimes it's really instrumentalized, though, for rather murky purposes. Currently, when it comes to foreign students, it's essential for them and for their country, but also for Quebec's university network, for instance. As for temporary foreign workers, they are essential to many economic sectors, especially in our regions. But within these types of temporary immigration, there are gaps and issues. For instance, asylum seekers. I've expressed our issues with that. We think that all provinces should share their fair share of asylum seekers. There are also people who are skirting the rules in the system. We need to solve that. In the case of temporary foreign workers, there are problems. Some temporary foreign workers don't end up staying temporarily. They renew and renew. They end up settling in Canada. They may not integrate fully into society, and that can cause social issues. Now, we run our own system. It's up to us, not up to those who seek to profit from the system. I cannot stand against something that's good for my colleagues' riding, while also being good for many ridings in Quebec. So it may be dogmatic, or it might be electioneering to say that we will cut temporary immigration, but we need to do it properly and to discuss how to go about it without harming these foreign temporary workers and without harming Canada's businesses and sectors. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. It is indeed Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. You got it right. And I'm proud to represent the people of my riding. I listened attentively to my colleague's speech. I wonder how he and his team intend to work with the government. He mentioned us working together. How does he intend to work with us for a strong and free Quebec, especially when it comes to tariffs and the trade war with our neighbours to the south? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. For someone who listened carefully, I feel that she was not really listening. The answer is in my final statement. Whatever the Canadian government seeks to do, it should do so with respect for the areas of jurisdiction and institutions of Quebec. We would not take issue with that, but that would cut 80% of the speech from the throne. We want Quebec respected. We want Quebec's areas of jurisdiction and institutions respected. For example, our environmental assessment agency in Quebec called BAP, we want that respected. We will have serious, constructive conversations among partners.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time asking a question to my party leader. I'm sure he will thank me for my hard work and for my high-quality question. We know that Ottawa has a long history of using crises in order to centralize things even more. We've also heard on many occasions many issues repeated many times, such as having one economy rather than 13. Quebec, though, has been trying since the 60s to build a distinct, unique economy for itself with its own uniqueness, how it handles SMEs, its social values, for instance. My colleague, how did he feel about hearing the Prime Minister talk about unity so many times, given that the National Assembly unanimously expressed its concerns?
L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll answer the most interesting part of the question. Quebec's economy is incredibly different from Canada's economy. 60 or so years ago, we were French Canadians on English Canada's payroll. About 60 years ago, René Lévesque took the very important step of nationalizing our electricity. That was the first step. It belonged to us. It led to the creation of an entire model. Now, we can't change our geography, but that led to a model in Quebec where we balance Quebec's economic development with respect for the environment and green development. Some say that we need an east-west oil-based economy for Canada to succeed. Nobody thinks that. North American markets are north-south, and then exports go from there. We want an SME-based economy with its resources. We won't have 5 weeks, though, like during the campaign. Now I have 4 years of time during which I have a lot to accomplish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the campaign, my constituents expressed deep concern about the rising crime in our community. Did the Bloc Québécois see anything in the throne speech that would address this serious issue facing our country and our communities?
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable for Belleuil-Chambly. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, that we will always agree with Conservatives on the means. They still seem to think that removing someone from society was required on a preventative basis. There is a certain negligence when it comes to criminality and its sources, and a weakness in responding to criminality, and it worries a lot of people. I see it through a lens of young families, those who have children and who fear that when their children go to school, especially at the secondary level, will be bullied or will bully someone with violence, through a culture of violence. And that's where we have to begin. That's where we have to act. Some people will say, well, it might not work for some. Then yes, for some people we have to undertake severe measures. We have to make sure that a fundamental right, we have to make sure that this fundamental right is respected. That is, to live in a safe environment in our streets and in our schools.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. There's not much time left.
Just very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that the leader of the Bloc Party was factually incorrect when he makes statements such as a reflection of the province of Quebec's interest not being reflected inside the throne speech, when in fact issues like supply management in the throne speech. Issues like Radio Canada, CBC is inside the throne speech. And I'm wondering if he'd want to retract that particular comment.
The honourable member for Belleau-Chambly. Well, people don't change, do they? As a response to that, just writing on a piece of paper isn't really a policy. Just reading a book would just be reading a lot of policy, apparently. There's a word, there's a term, supply management, but not enough is done to defend supply management. Just having the word Radio-Canada doesn't a policy make. I would like to see more from those who can actually act. Not everything I say is a reproach, but just because a word is in a certain document means that that word will be protected forevermore.
Suite à mon élection à la présidence, j'ai...
After my election, I consulted the leaders of recognized parties with regards to the other occupants, and I'm ready to move a candidate as vice chair and chair of the committees of the whole. Pursuant to Standing Order 7, I propose Mr. Kamich for the position of Deputy Speaker and chair of committees of the whole. The motion is deemed moved and seconded. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried upon division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Alors, la motion est...
I therefore declare the motion carried.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and address the first throne speech of a new government here in Canada. I think that Canadians spoke, and they spoke well in identifying, I believe, the best leader that was suited in order to be able to deal with the situation that Canada is in today. Before I get started, I did want to provide a comment on the Leader of the Bloc's thoughts. In his speech, he made reference to the fact that the throne speech did not incorporate interests of Quebec. And I found that unfortunate. And then when I asked him a question specifically on it, because I just used two items, Mr. Speaker. One on supply management, because I know supply management means a great deal to the province of Quebec, as it does to my home province of Manitoba. Equally, CBC and Radio Canada is an important institution, Mr. Speaker. This is a government, through the throne speech, reinforces those two policy issues. And his response to my question is, well, it's only writing. Well, Mr. Speaker, writing does matter. The throne speech does matter, even though I understand that the Bloc was not interested in participating in a very significant way, Mr. Speaker, when the throne speech came out. I find it unfortunate. But for the people of Quebec and the people of all of Canada, there is a great deal that's within the throne speech that talks about building a stronger, healthier Canada. And that's what it's about, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues and I, for weeks, knocked on doors. Some of my colleagues have been knocking on doors for the last year and a half, Mr. Speaker, getting a true understanding of what the Canadian expectations are. And, you know, prior to the election being called, I did not know the Prime Minister. I think I met him maybe 5 times at most, Mr. Speaker, prior to the last election. And at the end of the day, I believe that Canadians got to know the Prime Minister as I got to get a better sense of the Prime Minister during the election. And they did a comparison. They looked at Pierre Poilievre. They looked at other leadership candidates. And what they saw within the Prime Minister is an individual that they could actually trust, and they had confidence in, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the Canadian interests were going to be first and foremost served. Whether it was Stephen Harper when he appointed the Prime Minister as the Governor of the Bank of Canada, or it was in England where he was appointed to the Bank of England during a very difficult time. Canadians understood that we needed a leader that genuinely understood how to make an economy better and healthier and to be able to grow, Mr. Speaker. Contrast that to the career politician, and I'm not one to criticize career politicians. I'm somewhat one myself, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you, Canadians did look, and I believe they made the right decision. And the reflection that you see, or what you see in today's throne speech, is a true reflection of what Canadians have been telling us for a long time now, Mr. Speaker, over the last number of weeks. We have heard very clearly, you know, my friends across the way want to talk about the carbon tax. Yes, the Prime Minister got rid of the carbon tax. Much like when Aaron O'Toole with the...
Excuse me, I must just interrupt. I know that the member from Winnipeg North has really thick skin when it comes to this kind of thing, but it is distracting from my ability to follow the debate. So we'll go back to the member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we have the right person at the right time that's leading in the Prime Minister that we have elected back on April the 28th, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that at the end of the day, you take a look at that throne speech and you'll see a reflection of what Canadians want to see in government. Now, I look at the presentation of the throne speech and I reflect in terms of what it is that I heard at the door. Canadians are genuinely concerned. There is even a bit of a fear factor that's there, Mr. Speaker. And it does stem from President Trump and his comments. You know, the Trump tariffs and trade is the 3 T's, as I often refer to it as, Mr. Speaker. They're genuinely concerned about it. And at the end of the day, what we want to build is a Canadian economy that is the strongest in the G7. And I believe that we have the leadership that is going to make that happen, Mr. Speaker. I believe that at the end of the day, if you read through the throne speech and be patient and wait for the budget, you know, take a look how long it took Stephen Harper to present his budget, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we need to give the Prime Minister and the Cabinet the opportunity to make the changes that are necessary in order to be able to deal with the crisis that we find ourselves in, Mr. Speaker. And it will come in time. And in the interim, what we look for is a sense of cooperation on what is the #1 issue that was being brought up at the door. Members on all sides of the House recognized, I'm sure, because we all knocked on doors, that people were genuinely concerned about the U.S. tariffs, trade, and the place that Canada was in. And at the end of the day, there are initiatives that we can take that will, in fact, make a difference. When the Prime Minister came down and met with myself and some members of Canada's Filipino heritage community, we talked a bit about trade. And we talked about, in particular, for me, the Philippines. Because, you know, back in December, I was in the Philippines, where we talked about the importance of trade between Canada and Philippines. And at the time, Mary Ng, who was the minister, indicated, working with the Philippine government, that we are interested in looking at having some sort of formal discussions in regards to establishing some form of a trade agreement. I bring that up, Mr. Speaker, because as a government, we do have a responsibility to look beyond the United States' borders and how it is that we can enhance international trade. Canada is very unique in the world. We have more trade agreements than any other country with all continents on Earth, Mr. Speaker. We have a golden opportunity when you take a look at the makeup of our country. We should be embracing our diversity and using that diversity in order to further advance the economic interests of Canada worldwide. We, United States, will always be our primary trading partners. They're just south of us, so obviously that's going to be the case. Hundreds of millions of dollars cross the border both ways every day, Mr. Speaker. So there is no denying the importance of the United States and getting a trade agreement where both sides can come into an agreement. But let's be very clear with the current administration, as our Prime Minister has, Canada is not for sale. Canada is a very unique nation in modern times that has so much to offer the world in many different ways, Mr. Speaker. And we see that every day by the type of correspondence, by the type of world events that we witness. Canadian values very much are in high demand throughout the world. We are very different. I could talk about our healthcare system. I could talk about how we value diversity as opposed to what takes place in the United States. But the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that we have an incredible group of individuals that will work with the United States. And we will get the best deal we can for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, I made reference earlier. There are some things in which are very, very difficult issues when you're sitting at the trade table. Issues like supply management. And that's why, whether it's the province of Quebec or the province of Manitoba or in other provinces, Mr. Speaker, that have a vested interest in supply management. And I bring that up because the federal government, the Prime Minister, is not ignoring our provinces or territories or Indigenous communities, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been in consultation and working with provinces and other stakeholders virtually since the day he won the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada earlier this year. We understand the true value in terms of working together with provinces, Mr. Speaker. You might not necessarily be able to get unanimous support on all issues, but at least we need to try, because the dividends are very real. And fortunately for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, we have provinces and territories and Indigenous communities recognizing how important it is that we have a one economy working in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We see the value in that. It's been estimated that if we were successful and provinces all got on board, as it looks as if they are, Mr. Speaker, in wanting to develop that economy, you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of close to $200 billion. Wow. That's an incredible amount of money that can be found from within, Mr. Speaker. I would argue that that is worth the fight. I believe at the end of the day that we should be working with our provinces. I'm very impressed by my local premier, Wab Kinew. I think Wab Kinew has gone out of his way to ensure that in many ways Canadian interests are being put ahead, Mr. Speaker, of local interests, yet protecting local interests too. I like to see myself as Canadian first. I love my Winnipeg, and then I go to the province. That's my personal priorities. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I will fight to protect the aerospace industry in the province of Manitoba, an aerospace industry that I know is just as important in the province of Quebec. Many provinces have issues that are in common that we want to ensure get to those export markets. Take a look in terms of what does trade really mean? I always like to talk about Manitoba's pork industry because I think it's a great example. You can go out to Brandon, Manitoba, Neepawa, Manitoba, or in the city of Winnipeg, and you will find factories that employ thousands of Manitobans, and they are producing millions of pigs, or processing millions of pigs every year. Export markets around the world, in particular Asia and the United States,
If you go and let's say you visit the plant out in Brandon, what you'll find is a gigantic parking lot because of all the people that work there. They buy cars, they have homes, they buy furniture, they go to the Tim Hortons. Think of the direct jobs alone in Manitoba. This estimated rate, say, just over 10,000. Not to mention the indirect jobs that are created for it. That's why tariffs matter, Mr. Speaker. Manitobans understand that. Because if you put a tariff on our product going into the United States, it means it's going to be more expensive, and it could cut back on the number of sales. And that's why when the Prime Minister came forward and said, well, look, we are going to have a focused attempt. How are we going to protect our industries? I would suggest to you that there's a number of industries that need to be protected. Not only should we be looking at protecting, there's different ways. If you collect a tariff and you put the tariff into those industries that are in danger, provide the incentive for them to look for other exporting markets, as an example, Mr. Speaker. All provinces have some form of industry that generates jobs and opportunities and improves the lifestyle of the citizens living in that province, Mr. Speaker. But someone needs to lead that. And I believe with our Prime Minister and the background that he brings to the table is second to no other. And he has demonstrated his willingness to be able to work with all the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities, Mr. Speaker. And that will, in fact, make a difference. That's why I love the fact that we had the King of Canada present the throne speech. Because for me, it does two things, Mr. Speaker. One is it shows that Canada is a sovereign nation. It was very symbolic. There are a lot of people, or a number of people, that are not necessarily big monarch fans, but they saw and they understood why it was important to have the King of Canada come to Canada and make the presentation of the throne speech. I thought it was a wonderful, wonderful thing to see the King of Canada make that presentation. The other thing within is the content of itself, Mr. Speaker. It provides focus for the House of Commons. Because let there be absolutely no doubt in terms of just to the degree in which this government is focused on that particular issue of trade. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you were to take a look, and I had the opportunity, as I'm sure most have, of the mandate letters that were sent out to our ministers. And if I may, I just want to highlight three of the priorities. First and foremost, establishing a new economic and security relationship with the United States and strengthening our collaboration with reliable trading partners and allies around the world. So we will work with the United States in whatever way we can to enhance and to be able to ensure that we're protecting Canadian interests. Two, building one Canadian economy by removing barriers to interprovincial trade and identifying and expediting nation-building projects that will connect and transform our country. Through this, Mr. Speaker, whole issue that we've witnessed since January, in particular, let's say, I think there's an opportunity. And that opportunity is there, it's real, it's tangible. It's that one economy in Canada. And hopefully we'll see like what Manitoba and Ontario just recently did, Mr. Speaker. And there are other provinces that are looking to do likewise. The more that we can do that, the better it is for all of us. The other couple that I want to emphasize is protecting Canadian sovereignty and keeping Canadians safe by strengthening the Canadian Armed Forces, securing our borders, and reinforcing law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, now, maybe it's because I had the opportunity to serve in the Canadian Forces. I'm glad to hear what this particular Prime Minister, this new government wants to do. invest more in the Canadian forces. Because I think there is an obligation. We've heard it not only from Donald Trump, but many others. And Canada is not alone. There are other countries that also need to step up. But for the first time in the last 30 years, we have a Prime Minister that's committed to doing just that. And that is something that I ultimately believe is in all of our best interests. I love the 7th point, Mr. Speaker. Spending less on government operations so that Canadians can invest more in the people and businesses that will build the strongest economy in the G7. Let there be no doubt that Canada, with its people and its resources, is well positioned to be able to have the healthiest and strongest economy in the G7. But it is going to take effort that goes beyond even the Liberal Party. We need to have the support of other opposition members, because there is a very clear, very strong minority government mandate. But it is really important for us to recognize, that opposition party does have a responsibility also. And to look at ideas and thoughts, maybe even propose some of those ideas and thoughts. We've been known to adopt one or two of them. Mr. Speaker, I think that we've demonstrated through this Prime Minister that no one owns a good idea. Let's bring it forward. Let's demonstrate that it is in Canadians' best interest, Mr. Speaker. And I think at the end of the day, we're looking for that type of support. I get asked at the door in terms of, I shouldn't say at the door at my local restaurant, I'm asked in terms of, well, how long does the minority government last? I says, well, that has a lot more to do with opposition than it does government per se. But at the end, is that 10 seconds or 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker? It's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. I did want to provide. In the throne speech, it also talks about something I'm very passionate about: child care, pharmacare, dental care. It also has some talks about immigration. Immigration is my bread and butter. I love to talk about immigration. There's so many things within that throne speech. I would hope that every member of the House of Commons can make a strong statement by getting behind this throne speech, and all of us voting yes, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. I know that throughout the election, the Liberals took many of our good ideas, and I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see the GST coming off of the new home building. I'm just wondering, when are they going to announce all the pipeline projects to make us an energy superpower? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and as I say, whether it's the GST for first-time home buyers, I would like to make reference to, and it's called the Canada in the throne speech. It's the Build Canada Homes. I'm actually very inspired by that aspect of the throne speech, because what we're talking about is Canadian technology, Canadian workers, Canadian labor, and we're providing homes, affordable homes. All this type of stuff is, in fact, going to begin to get rolled out. We will see it, more details of it in the coming weeks and months. Housing is a very important priority for this government. The Prime Minister has made that very clear. And as a caucus, I can tell you, we're all looking forward to delivering the many positive things that are within the throne speech that Canadians will benefit by. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating you on your new position. It will be a pleasure to work with you. I am also very pleased to see once again my colleague for Winnipeg North. Though we may rarely agree, it will nonetheless be a pleasure to work with him. In his speech, he came back to something that the Prime Minister has said many times. Canada is not for sale. Now, as a Quebecer, I would say in the same vein that Quebec does not wish to be a pawn in our game. Quebec is not a trading card. For example, look at the forestry industry, which has been paying tariffs since 2017, unfair tariffs. $2 billion in Quebec's forestry industry are currently in the U.S., and the Liberal government has never done anything to help. Earlier, the leader of my party was talking about the throne speech and said that Quebec was absent from the speech, and I'm talking about situations like that. During the campaign, when it came to the auto sector, the Prime Minister quickly paused his campaign in order to run to help the Ontario auto sector. So my simple question for my colleague: has anyone in the Liberal government ever tried to help the forestry industry?
No, North.
The short answer is yes. And, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the forest industry in the province of Quebec or in BC, even much smaller degree, the province of Manitoba, these are industries that are important. I just finished talking about using Canadian lumber or pulp. There's many different aspects of industries throughout Canada that we need to recognize. The province of Quebec would no more be used as a pawn than the province of Manitoba or any other province. We are there. Like Manitoba and Quebec, our aerospace industries are important. Supply management is important. Between BC and Quebec, the forestry industry, it's building support so that we can have an economy that works for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's the expectation that Canadians have in every region. They want the partisanship put to the side, focus on bringing down barriers so that life becomes a little bit more affordable, and we can all feel a little bit better in regards to our future in hopefully achieving that goal of being the strongest of the G7 countries, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Puis tout d'abord,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to congratulate you on your arrival in the Speaker's chair. I have a great deal of faith in your capacities. I have been closely following my colleague for Winnipeg North's speech, but he didn't have enough time to really get into the depth of the nuances of his thought on immigration and immigration as it appeared in the throne speech. So I'd like to give him an opportunity to speak with us in this House about immigration.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish I could get leave to have enough time to talk about that particular issue. But suffice to say, when I think of immigration, there are opportunities for us to look for ways in which we can improve the system. A number of years ago, international students were students that came into Canada, and then, for example, they would leave. But now, Mr. Speaker, realistically, you had universities, you had provinces, all sorts of recruitment drives that were done, which drove up the number of international students, as an example. And I've always argued before that, look, we have to look for ways in which international students, international workers, where it's possible, to allow them the opportunity to become residents of Canada. I think the Immigration Standing Committee has a wonderful opportunity to really make a difference. We have to make sure that we get balance in the system. And right now, I believe it's a little bit out of balance as a direct result, maybe not as much coordination that had taken place between post-secondary institutions, provincial governments, and Ottawa. And we are the ones that are ultimately responsible. And that's why I'm glad that the Prime Minister has made this particular initiative an important one.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, we are on the border of Maine in Beauce, and therefore our economy is closely linked to that of the U.S. And we know that the American steel tariffs will harm us a great deal. How will the Liberal government help affected businesses in Beauce and in Canada?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's best if I take it from an overall industry. I understand and I can appreciate the concerns on steel, much like with forestry. Those are two issues or two industries that come up far too often in regards to what I would argue as unfair trade practices. You could talk about the forest barons down south and what their intentions, and we always do prevail, but at a great cost. I think that at the end of the day, we need to be able to, when we're talking about these renegotiated trade agreements, see if we can somehow enhance protections that are not there right now. And that's why I say we have opportunities. I don't like a lot of the things that President Trump is talking about, obviously, but it could create an opportunity not only to protect some of our industries, but to ultimately see further growth. I'm genuinely concerned, for example, with the auto pack industry and so many other industries in Canada.
Honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back to the mention or lack of mention of climate change in the throne speech and all of the repercussions of climate change. Meanwhile, the government, as a so-called solution, is actually proposing reducing environmental assessments, speeding up projects, and this government is talking about conventional energy projects and becoming a conventional energy superpower, which, of course, as everyone knows, means oil and gas. Meanwhile, Canada is already the fourth biggest global producer of oil and gas. Fourth or fifth. So my question is simple. When will this government decide that we are already a big enough energy superpower? Does Canada really want to become the biggest oil and gas superpower before finally buckling down to the energy transition? Before finally doing something about the highest emissions producing sector in the country? Which is something, by the way, that Quebec is already doing, even though it's paying for the climate impacts caused by the tar sands.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In short, the Prime Minister talks about being an energy superpower, yes. But what the member did not say is it's clean and conventional. Clean meaning environmentally friendly, environmental enhancing. And that's a very important aspect that's included in the throne speech itself.
Quick comment from the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And wow, it's great to hear the member from Winnipeg North again. It's been a solid 5.5 months that I haven't been able to hear him, and it's great to hear his voice again in the House. My question for him is quite simple, Mr. Speaker. Over the last number of years, both he and I have been in this House, and we have seen the government bring in countless numbers of free trade agreements. In fact, more free trade agreements than any other government or all governments combined prior to us. How important are those free trade agreements now, Mr. Speaker, through you to him, given the fact that we are under economic threat from our neighbors to the south?
Very briefly, Honourable Member for Winnipeg North, very briefly. I think that's I'm sure he has a good answer to that question.
In less than 5 minutes, I guarantee, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, my friend is quite correct. No other government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than we have in the last 9 years. That's a very strong point.
Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you to the people of Newmarket Aurora for entrusting me to be your voice in Ottawa. Thank you to my campaign team who gave this mission 18 months of relentless effort because we knocked on 100,000 doors to earn our neighbors' trust. And to my family, especially my husband Mateus, for standing beside me with his wise counsel. And my 3 beautiful children, Mateus, Martina, and Isabella, for their endless cheering of Mommy. As I enter the chamber for the first time as a member of Parliament, I felt a deep sense of humility. I never knew that this was possible for someone like me. My family came to Canada with nothing but the clothes in our suitcases, but those suitcases were stolen. And so we carried our belongings in garbage bags. But you know what? It didn't matter, because we had arrived in Canada, and being Canadian was and will always be a privilege. My parents worked 2, sometimes 3 jobs. I cared for my younger brothers while my parents worked, and we all watched the sun come down day after day while we waited for Mom and Dad to come home. We saved every penny we could. We budgeted and budgeted some more. Because if you want to change your circumstances, you budget. Until one day, we had just enough to buy our first home in beautiful Aurora, Ontario. What breaks my heart is knowing that today, that path, the one my parents walked, is almost gone. Last fall, I met a grandmother in Aurora. Her story sounded like ours. Long days, night shifts, sacrifice, and budgeting. But when she told me her story, she looked at her grandchildren beside her and said, "They will not have the same opportunities as I had, and they were born in Canada." That should stop us. It should move us. For that grandmother, looking at her grandchildren with fear, I ask, where is the budget? Where is the urgency to meet this moment?
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
Everywhere I go in Newmarket and Aurora, I hear it. On front porches, in parking lots, in elevators, and checkout lines. People are tired of waiting. Waiting for a home they can afford. Waiting for a permit that never seems to come. Waiting for a safe street, a family doctor. Waiting for a government that understands one simple truth. Their time is not a limitless resource. Young people are growing older while giving up on their dreams. And our seniors, well, they have already given so much and they're running out of time. Yet, Parliament has been shut down since December, almost 6 months. And just as we return, we prepare to adjourn again until September. For our young people and our seniors, I ask, where is the urgency to meet this moment? During the campaign, I met an individual in Newmarket who refused to believe that there was a crime crisis in our community. And in fact, he said to me as he walked out of his home and looking up and down the street, he said, "Where is the crime, Sandra? I don't see any crime on my street." Yet, a couple doors down, a woman who was working in her front lawn had had her car stolen that morning. And she was at the risk of losing her job because she couldn't get to it. Crime won't wait until Parliament reconvenes in the fall. It demands action now. For the victims of all forms of crime in our police, I ask, where is there legislation to repeal catch and release bail laws? Where is the legislation to end human trafficking? Where is the legislation to crack down on intimate partner violence? Where is the urgency to meet this moment? I met a Canadian entrepreneur in Aurora, bright, driven, successful. He built 3 businesses in the US, but only 1 here at home in Canada. And he told me something that stopped me. In the US, I get my permits, my financings, my approvals in days. In Canada, it takes months, sometimes years. That is unacceptable, because this is a man who wants to build here, who believes in this country, and we are making it harder for him to do it. This government says they want investment. They say they want jobs. They say they want economic independence from the United States. But their actions do not meet their ambition, and the Liberal legacy continues to sabotage our economic self-reliance. Somewhere along the way, bureaucracy took the place of common sense. Our GDP is struggling. Our productivity is down. Our purchasing power is crumbling. Unemployment rate is rising as a result of Liberal policies. Let me be clear, and the Prime Minister knows this well. In investment banking, if you don't know your numbers, you get fired. In commercial banking, if you don't have a budget, you don't get the loan. In private equity, if you don't have a plan, you don't get the investment. If a business owner has money to invest in Canada today, they will not wait until the fall. The investment will go elsewhere, and once it's gone for good. For the entrepreneurs and risk takers, I ask, where is the plan to unleash the Canadian economy? Where is the urgency to meet this moment?
Hear, hear.
If I could deliver one message from the people of Newmarket, Aurora, it is this. We want to see a government that moves, with the urgency of a parent trying to provide a future for her children, with the urgency of a Canadian entrepreneur trying to keep the lights on, with the urgency of a paramedic trying to provide a lifeline to a patient. My neighbors in Newmarket, Aurora elected me to work the long days to restore the promise that if you work hard, it will get you a great life in a beautiful home on a safe street. Canadians feel the urgency. I feel the urgency. We feel the urgency. We cannot ask Canadians to wait while we rest. Let us meet this moment with the urgency it deserves. Not someday, not after the break, now. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Is it Hamilton West and Casper Douglas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's inspiring hearing the story from the member opposite about her experience as an immigrant moving to Canada, being a part of immigrating to Canada. It's a story that's so familiar to so many families throughout this great country. I'd like to congratulate the member on her election to Parliament. I've had the pleasure of serving with her husband in a capacity on the Art Gallery for the City Hamilton. And my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is what I've heard when I was campaigning at the doors is a renewed passion and pride in Canada and being Canadian. And where I heard that most clearly was from new immigrants and immigrant families, newcomers to Canada, being so proud to be part of our great country. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is if her parents are still with us, what do they think about her election to Parliament and the amazing contributions that she's making? Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, actually, when I was running to be a member of Parliament, I was recalling our early days here in Canada. And in fact, I called my mom and I asked her a question. I said, Mom, did you rely on any government programs when we came to Canada? What did you need? Because you came with 3 young children. And what she said to me, Mr. Speaker, is all we needed is opportunity. All we needed was a job so that we can work hard work the long days, and provide a future for our children. That opportunity today is gone, is no longer possible to just work hard and earn a decent living and build a beautiful home and a beautiful future for your children, Mr. Speaker. That is what Canadians bring up at the doors today.
In comments, the honourable member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the speech, and I wonder if the new member, and I congratulate her on her election to the House of Commons and welcome her to this chamber. She represents a suburban riding that I imagine has much in common with my own. And I wonder if if she could talk a little bit about what some of the things she heard at the door during the campaign. She door knocked on 100,000 doors in her campaign, I understand, and she probably heard a lot of stories from many Canadians frustrated over what has become of this country over the last 9.5 years and the limitations of that promise of Canada, an erosion of that promise that has taken place in that time period.
Honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, as I was door knocking in Newmarket, I came to this door, and Doug, a sweet senior in my riding, opened the door, and he invited me in to share some of his concerns. And as we were talking, he said to me, you know, Sandra, when I was a little boy, my father taught me to work hard. If you want something, work hard, give it your all, and you will have it. And he was sitting down in his living room and he said, I gave him my all. I worked hard my entire life, and I am sitting here in my living room and I'm struggling to make ends meet. That, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. That is the opportunity that Canadians, including seniors, are looking for. They want an affordable life.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that last year was a record year with regard to the devastating impact of climate change on Canada. There was over $8 billion in damage last year, according to the Insurance Bureau of Canada. Despite that, my colleagues in the official opposition don't seem to be considering how to take action on climate change. I hear them, though, mentioning more oil, more pipelines, more gas. It worries me. I wonder whether we could find some common ground. Quebecers paid for Canadians' carbon rebate checks. $800 million. They haven't received a penny of that back to them.
La députée de...
The member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, my team and I knocked on 100,000 doors, and the priorities at the doors were very clear. Affordability, crime, and unleashing our economy. Because when a young mother is choosing between rent and groceries, she doesn't need a promise to consider her needs in the fall. She needs action today. And again, we have just returned and we're about to adjourn. That is unacceptable.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montmorency-Charlevoix.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the people of Montmorency-Charlevoix. I did so during my first question yesterday, but I'd like to do so again today. You voted for a Conservative Party that is fighting for you and your best interests, and I look forward to representing your interests here. It's an honor. I take this work very seriously. It matters deeply to me. I rise in reply to the speech from the throne in this 45th legislature. I rise to share the voice of my riding. There are 29 municipalities in my riding. Some areas in the neighborhood of Beauport and Charlesbourg, or near Quebec City, are part of my riding. We have significant issues and challenges. All regions and ridings have their own set of issues. I commit to defending the working people of my riding. I also commit to being hardworking myself, to represent them to the best of my ability. I'd like to talk about access to property. We've talked about it today. This is a significant problem, especially for young people. They are struggling to access a first property. Prices just keep rising. In Quebec, prices have risen by 10%, or to be more precise, 9.2%. In the speech from the throne, which is a Liberal plan for the next few years, they propose to cut taxes on the purchase of a first property. Conservatives always support cutting taxes, but this measure is not enough in our view. Imagine a young couple who has bought a condo, their first property, then they'd like to move to a home. Well, that tax credit will not help them. There's another issue in my riding, Mr. Speaker. Businesses have to buy housing and homes in order to provide housing for workers who come to work for their businesses. This measure won't help businesses in my riding either. This is the case in l'Île d'Orléans, Baie-Saint-Paul, in the Malbaie region. They're trying to attract workers and families to their areas, but these families can't find anywhere to live affordably at a reasonable cost. I'd like to thank organizations like Maison Mère in Baie-Saint-Paul. They transformed a previous religious site into housing. It's a place for local businesses. There's also a lot of housing, thanks to this organization, for foreign workers who work to support our region. There is a Baie-Saint-Paul Charlevoix co-op which has built affordable housing to help employers attract workers. There's something similar in Côte de Beaupré. There is a special affordable home building program thanks to collaboration between two local groups. This is an example of collaboration which allows us to attract workers and support our businesses. On the topic of housing for workers, I'd like to bring up another topic, that is immigration. Canada is a welcoming country, an inspiring country, and one that is respected around the world. Canada is a good place to live. We have a good quality of life. This makes Canada attractive to people around the world for different reasons. However, as we know, we can no longer open our doors to everyone. We must prioritize foreign workers who support and contribute to our economy. This is essential in Charlevoix-Montmorency. Conservatives were clear throughout the electoral campaign. Foreign workers are a matter of life or death for some businesses. They are absolutely essential to our region. We, the Conservative Party, will always rise in this House to defend foreign workers and ensure that our businesses are supported in order to have economic development. Supply management was briefly mentioned, but we want to see whether the Liberals will walk the talk. It can't just be big speeches. We need real action. Supply management must be protected. That's non-negotiable for us. There's another significant need in Montmorency and everywhere in Charlevoix, which is cell phone coverage. It is unacceptable that in 2025 that a person should be unable to have a phone conversation or that their conversations should be constantly interrupted by lack of coverage. We need cell phone coverage so that local businesses can grow. This is also a matter of safety and public safety. I commit to supporting the development of the cell network in Montmorency-Charlevoix. I commit to that because it is critically important. Yesterday, I asked the Prime Minister a question about the French language. In the speech from the throne, there was a vague mention of the French language, one small sentence that didn't go very far. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recognize that we need to do more than just protect the French language. We must go beyond that to promote the French language. In my riding, the first French colony was founded, which led to the development of Quebec and Canada as we know them today. Our language is essential in Canada. We need not only to protect it, but also to promote it so that it can continue to grow and thrive and be spoken around the country. Another issue, the elephant in the room during the speech from the throne, healthcare. Physical health, mental health, the health of our society, that all requires real, tangible action. We need to promote physical activity. We need to take action to ensure that we need Canadians to be in good health. We need them to be in control of their own lives so that they can take control over their own health. These days, I feel that we are neglecting the importance of health and health care. Countless studies exist which show how important physical activity is. So I don't understand why we're not investing heavily in that. We need to invest heavily to cut diagnoses of chronic diseases, and we need to invest in preventative action because once it's too late, diseases cost more. Inactivity leads to obesity. 1 in 3 Canadians will be obese by 2030. Obesity is the leading cause of death, of mortality in Canada. Specialists say that we can cut obesity by 50%, but we're not doing enough to promote sports and physical activity in our beautiful nation. Another leading cause of death in Canada is heart disease. Physical activity is the top solution to combat and prevent heart disease. Yet, heart disease this year and over the past few years has been the leading cause of death among Canadians, or the second, rather. There are associations, for example, of physicians which make recommendations, and they often say that physical activity is either the first or second recommendation as a solution. It's also important to promote healthy lifestyle habits. Hospitals are struggling around the world, around the country, and the healthcare system is overburdened. So I expected that some of this would be mentioned during the speech from the throne. Sport is underfunded year after year. In fact, now it's no longer an official department. It's only represented by a Secretary of State. We can give provinces money to fund their hospitals, but to prevent is better than to treat. We need to promote healthy lifestyle habits. Mr. Speaker, I could spend all evening talking to you about my riding and the issues that matter to us and that matter deeply to my constituents, but I will conclude by saying, please come and visit us in Montmorency, Charlevoix. Come see how wonderful our region is and see for yourselves its potential. I invite everyone to come and visit our riding, enjoy our tourism industry. We have cultural tourism, sports tourism, and we have amazing festivals too. Come and experience the Légendaire Le Festif Festival. It's an international music festival. Come spend time in our Club Med or at Manoir Richelieu. Come see the beautiful colors of our region. It will make you want to start painting. If you want to see a great rodeo, we have Rodeo Sainte-Anne. If you want to experience the only eco rally in the world, a zero-emission rally, it's the Charlevoix Rally.
Great food on l'île d'Orléans. We have the youngest population in Quebec. I invite you to experience it, and I look forward to experiencing it with you.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments made by the member. Having said that, I think there's a great deal of expectation amongst all parliamentarians, given what we've witnessed with the President Trump and the whole tariff trade issue. A great deal of concern about industries throughout Canada. The feeling is that we need to have parliamentarians working together in order to develop and build that one Canadian economy as one solution, but also taking other initiatives. And I'm wondering to what degree the member opposite would not agree that at times we do need to put partisanship aside so that we can work on the collective interests of Canadians, which was clearly demonstrated in the last election. They want us to protect our economic trade relationships so that Canada can ultimately get the best deal that we can as a nation, sovereign nation.
The honourable member. Just 1 second. The honourable member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Montmorency-Charlevoix, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a very good question from my colleague for Winnipeg North. Indeed, the Conservative Party was very clear and has been very clear since the beginning of this 45th Parliament. We will support logical notions, common sense notions, but we will search for facts, we'll search for plans. We won't just support ideas, we'll support tangible actions. And if actions are proposed and they're good, the Conservatives and myself will support these actions. But until then, all we've heard are ideas, slogans being bandied around, still no budget, that's proof. And we probably won't have one until September and October. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I attentively listened to my colleague's speech. I love his region. He talked about the tourism in his region. I would like to invite him to perhaps go to l'Île aux Coudes. There's l'Hôtel du Capitaine, a lovely hotel in that region. In any case, our colleague was talking to us about French earlier, and I have a little question for him, a simple question. Does he agree with us insofar as during the appointment of a justice to the Supreme Court, candidates should be bilingual? Does he agree with us on that point? The Honourable Member from Montmorency-Charlevoix. Listen, yes, l'Hôtel aux Coudes is a lovely hotel, and I hope that I will be welcome there one day. Mr. Speaker, indeed, French is more than important. We have to defend it, and we need to promote it. That being said, throughout the campaign, no one told me how bilingual justices should be. What I was told is that we need to promote French throughout Canada, and we have to promote it here in Parliament, so we can speak French, ask questions, and answer questions in French here in the House of Commons, so that we represent our beautiful language, and that is what I commit to do for the next few years. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Montmorency-Charlevoix for his excellent first speech in the House of Commons. I have a question, because my colleague represents a new generation of members. He's somewhat younger than I am. He's experienced a decade of Trudeau's government, the impact on him and other young Canadians and Quebecers. What does he have to say about access to housing and the Trudeau government's impacts on this? The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that excellent question by my mentor. Indeed, it's a very striking reality. Every time I knock on a door, young families say that they find it almost impossible to get a house. The down payment is almost impossible. It's a huge barrier. There's an issue with accessibility to housing. There's an issue with houses in the Malbaie, for example. People buy secondary houses when they have the money, but it also costs other houses to become even more expensive. And so people who want to work there can't do so, and live there can't do so. Some businesses want to attract new talent, but this new talent can't find somewhere to house themselves.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you. That was lovely. More applause from the other side than my own, but it's early on. It's early on. That was some That was some Jeb Bush level begging for applause, and I apologize to my colleagues, but it's good to be back. Mr. Speaker, I should say that I am splitting my time. Before, fair enough. We're really into this. We're in midterm form, Mr. Speaker, already.
With, doesn't have to tell you, okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't have to tell me that. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, excellent. Good test.
That's a test.
Hoping you'll indulge me, Mr. Speaker, while I have a few thank yous. First off, I'd like to thank the residents of St. Catharines, who've entrusted me for a fourth time to represent them in this place. It's been an honor of a lifetime to be in this place, to represent their views, and try to make our little corner of Niagara a little bit better. And it's something, though I may not see eye to eye with my constituents all the time, but I will hear them, I will bring their voices, and I will do my very best on every single day. I'd like to thank the members of my core campaign team, and I wrote it down because I'm bound to forget someone, but Alice, Yasmin, Sarah, Garrett, Sam, Rami, Luca, and Sadie, thank you so for all your work during the campaign. I want to say a special thank you to Cassandra Almeida, who's been with me for 7 years, who's been with me by my side, typically at my Hill office here in Ottawa, who's been an incredible advisor, never afraid to tell me I'm wrong, like many members of the opposition. She's usually right, and it's she's usually right, but has been there all of this time, and like has happened to so many of us who have advisors who have become friends, I've been very lucky to have her over these past 7 years. So thank you, Cassandra. Thank you to all the volunteers and supporters. It was an incredible 5 weeks through this election, and we saw so many new faces helping us go door to door in St. Catharines. I also want to say a quick thank you to our former colleague, Vance Badaway. Though I congratulate his opponent in Niagara South on a win, Vance has been a public servant in Niagara for over a quarter century. And has worked incredibly hard on big files like protecting the Great Lakes, building infrastructure in Niagara, and I know he will continue to be a champion for our region. Most importantly, I want to say thank you to Hannah and Ethan, my son and daughter. Though they're happy Dad won, they're the ones who sacrifice. They're the ones who deal with Dad being away during these times, during the campaign. They're the ones that don't get to see Dad, and I know so many in this place have a similar experience, but it's always important to say thank you to family. And it's on the subject of my son that I'll start my speech. He came to me, and sometimes kids come to you with a question that you're really not prepared for, and he said, "Dad, is Donald Trump a threat to Canada?" And I wasn't ready for that from an 8-year-old kid who would probably want me to tell you he's almost 9. But I think it shows the level of anxiety with Canadians, with residents of St. Catharines, that these are the conversations that are happening around the dinner tables, family gatherings, that kids hear. And so the anxiety that Canadians feel, that Niagara residents feel, is something that was repeated back to me by my own son. And I told him it's not for, and it shouldn't be for kids his age to worry about these things, but it is something that we're hearing. It's something that I heard at the doors, from door to door, concern from residents. From our riding, it's about a 10-minute drive to the border. I have family in the United States. So many members do. It's not unusual for Niagara residents to just head over and go grab a bite to eat or go see friends and family. And there is a threat to our very sovereignty. I was happy to hear in the throne speech, though, Mr. Speaker, that the continuation of our relationship, which we must continue to work on, needs to be rooted in respect. that common interests between sovereign nations. We see statements from the President of the United States and they concern Canadians, but I think Canadians know that the Prime Minister is going to stand up, that members of this House will continue to stand up for Canada's interests, Canada's sovereignty. It's something worth fighting for, and it's something that will continue. But it's not just us in this place. I want to say thank you to Canadians, my constituents, but across the country. It's truly incredible to witness what we've seen. And it's little acts of dissension, Mr. Speaker. And whether it's putting back an item on a shelf and not buying something that is made in the USA, you sometimes see, you go to the grocery store and you see the item turned around and people looking at where it's from and being put back. I'll walk past produce and the American version is virtually untouched, but people are buying Canadian. They're looking for that Canadian flag. And though it may be a few dollars here and there, those acts of dissent are costing the American economy hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars. And it's being felt in the United States. We're hearing governors and senators telling Canadians, don't worry, come to the United States. We're not as bad as you think we are. But Canadians will continue. Canadians will fight and they will stand up for a country that they believe in. It's been the silver lining of this dark cloud to see Canadians come together, to celebrate the flag, celebrate the country, and celebrate who we are. It's also been good to see the Prime Minister and Cabinet, government getting to work right away. First off, a middle-class tax cut that will benefit 22 million Canadians, that will see a dual-income family save $840 per year. We know things are tough. We've been hearing that door to door, but here's something reliable, quick action that Canadians will see on July 1st. The item I'm looking forward to, and I know the Prime Minister has promised this, is legislation with respect to one Canadian economy. We've seen the Premiers working working hard and renewed interest on taking down provincial trade barriers. But the federal government needs to lead by example. And I'm happy to see the federal government removing whatever remaining federal trade barriers that exist. We've heard the number $200 billion costing the Canadian economy. The classic example we see in Niagara is it's easier to get a bottle of wine from Argentina than it is to get a bottle of wine from a different part of the country. And we see the same thing in British Columbia. They can't find a Niagara bottle of wine, but can much easier buy a bottle of wine from Chile. That's not something that we should be engaging in. And I look forward to seeing the Premiers working together with the federal government to break down those trade barriers. It's not just a matter of one piece of legislation. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of regulation that lead to these barriers across the country. But we need to get to work. And again, government getting to work right away to ensure that we have a strong economy and we fulfill our commitments to Canadians that we made. I don't believe I have much time, but I would like to briefly discuss the housing crisis and the importance to build more affordable homes. I know the Prime Minister has made the commitment, and I look forward to that, to see more homes built, to use ideas that we learned after the Second World War, see those factory and modular homes being built, get more affordable houses built so we can see young people get into the houses that they deserve and work hard on. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, my time is up. I've enjoyed this opportunity and look forward to many other days of debate in the coming future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Stormont Dundas Glengarry.
If you're calling on me. Yes, okay. Perfect. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your speech, the member from St. Catharines. You talked a little bit in your speech about the removal of interprovincial barriers, federal ones to be specific. There hasn't been any degree of specificity which of those will be there. Will they be the ones that are still remaining, the exemptions remaining in the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, or will there be additional ones beyond the Canadian Free Trade Agreement that your government will be removing? Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara, St. Catharines. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. We're all learning. Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to thank the member for Northumberland. We've been working together off and on for 20 years. When we first started as articling students at a law firm in St. Catharines so many years ago. I look forward to the legislation, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to seeing what the government's doing, to see those provisions come down, but most importantly, to see the Cabinet working with premiers to take down those trade barriers across the country. We need to see them come down. This is something that I was surprised to hear and hear a lot at the doors, that Canadians are worried about it. It's something we need to take action on. I'm glad action is being taken on as quickly as it is.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back once again on the issue of one economy, not 13. This House recognised that Quebec was a distinct nation twice. The symbolic motion in 2006 or 2007, and then through legislature, constitutionally, between 2019 and 2021. We were recognized as a distinct nation. The government voted for, but this distinction should apparently end when it comes to having our own economic model. So being a distinct nation doesn't mean anything if at the end of the day we have to snuff out our distinctiveness for one economy. So are my colleagues reneging on their vote for Quebec's unique aspects?
Mr. Speaker, this is all the Bloc has. I'll be honest, I've never spoken or haven't spoken to a Quebec business person recently, but they want Ontario businesses buying their products. They want Alberta residents buying their products. I want to see Quebec aluminum used in Canadian products. I want to see Niagara wine purchased in Quebec. These are things that the Bloc is apparently against. They want to see as many barriers as possible to prevent the growth of Quebec business. It is absolutely shocking, but this is all the Bloc Québécois has in this place. They don't want to see economic growth. They just want to see more barriers, more problems for Quebec business, which is unsurprising, but here we are, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the very first initiatives that the Prime Minister had taken was with regards to decreasing the tax bracket, which is literally putting hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of Canadians as a direct result. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts on just how important that was to do. I think it really sets the stage of a new government, and a government that wants to be there to make sure that affordability is being addressed as one measure.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North on the question and his continued words in this place, which are bountiful. Mr. Speaker, this is a commitment that we made to Canadians. It's a strong commitment to show Canadians that we understand what they're going through and to provide some relief to them. Things have gotten more expensive. Inflation, global inflation still remains a problem, but Canada can step up. We've made this commitment, and the government, Canada's new government, and the Prime Minister acted quickly, and we'll see that relief on July 1st. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate with the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek, but I'd like to mention to the member that there's 10 minutes left. He'll have just 10 minutes to get his speech in. There won't be time for questions and answers. But what? Pardon me? So the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by congratulating all the members in the House
for their successful election. It is an honor to rise here today and deliver my first speech in this House as the first Conservative member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Hear, hear. More to come.
An unprecedented 32,000 people in Hamilton East Stony Creek believed in me, our Conservative Party, and our leader, Pierre Poilievre. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say thank you to all the people of Hamilton East Stony Creek for putting their trust in me. It is an honor and a privilege to bring their voice to Ottawa.
Yes.
Most importantly, I would like to thank my wife for simply everything.
Yes.
For standing by my side during every step of this journey, and for her never-ending support and belief in me. She has helped shape me into who I am today. I'm incredibly thankful for her love and support.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
I'd also like to thank my children, Vaughn, Ilya, and my princess, Ivana. They were my biggest motivation and inspiration to take on this journey, to do my part to make sure that they and everyone else's children had the same opportunities that generations before them had.
Yes.
Daddy loves you.
Yes.
I would like to thank my first campaign managers and friends, Ken Odzis and Ian Thompson, and my current campaign manager and friend, Jonathan Stilthakos, who joined my team in 2021 as a young kid by clicking a Facebook ad. Together, we made history. To Grant McLean and Jennifer Devlin, your experience is the steady hand we needed during turbulent times. To Connor Fraser, Drashko Zdero, Jorah Purewall, Akal Purewall, and to my brother Rob Kirik, the core team and the hundreds of volunteers, thank you for all that you have done. To Vince Valeri, Paul Rusimano, Veso Shobot, Nikita and Novica Miskovic, thank you for believing in freedom.
Yes.
To Bob Bertina, the Liberal MP from Hamilton East Stony Creek, the former Liberal MP, thank you for always putting the people of our community first, especially when you recognized the Liberal government was wrong.
Yes.
Thank you for your support and your endorsement. To my colleagues from Niagara West, Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North, thank you for your guidance and being my political big brothers. I want to thank the Conservative Campus Clubs from U of T, TMU, and Redeemer, and all the youth who helped me on this journey. You made all the difference as you had the most to fight for, your future. A special thanks to Marius, Joanna, Juliet, and Hannah Kurjanowicz. Your hard work and dedication was unmatched. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to call Hamilton East, Stony Creek, and Winona my home. It's where I was born and raised by two loving parents who came to Canada from the former Yugoslavia in 1967 seeking a better life. It's where I was christened at the St. Nicholas Serbian Orthodox Cathedral on Nash Road, attended Memorial Public School, and graduated from Orchard Park Secondary School. Today, my wife and I are raising our children in the very same home where I grew up, surrounded by the same community that shaped who I am today. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have made history as the first Member of Parliament of Serbian heritage. It is an honor and a privilege to represent my Serbian community in this House of Commons.
Absolutely.
To the people of Hamilton East Stony Creek, or Steeltown as we're often referred to, regardless of who you voted for, my door will always be open, and I'm here for you. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister recently said during an interview, how much steel do we use anyway? I'm proud to share that Hamilton steel is used far and wide across this great country and around the world. In fact, it's actually used in this building. The girders above us were manufactured right outside of my riding by the Walters Group. Hamilton helped build this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, after this government's throne speech, I must say I'm deeply disappointed. The Liberals campaigned on how Canada was in a crisis, and that the Prime Minister's resume would fix it. The reality is, we came back to Parliament with the same ministers, with no budget, and the Liberals ready to go on summer break just after they prorogued for 6 months. If the Liberals don't have a plan, they could just keep using our Conservative one. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are ready to roll up our sleeves and get to work for Canadians. Yes. On this side of the House, Conservatives have a plan to make Canada affordable, safe, self-reliant, and united. We must get the cost of living down, and we will continue to demand a budget now that reveals the true deficit and lower spending, taxes, and inflation. We must unleash our construction sector to get homes built by cutting taxes and red tape for buyers and builders. Yes. We must restore the dream of home ownerships that the Liberals destroyed. We want homes where kids can play outside, seniors can walk in safety, and our cars don't disappear overnight. Yes. We must restore economic independence by unleashing our businesses and our resources. We all want a permanent end to tariffs with the U.S., and we will work with the government to make that happen. We also need to focus on making our own economy more independent and self-reliant. The government must remove laws, taxes, and rules blocking mines, pipelines, and LNG plants and the hydro dams to reduce our independence on the U.S. We must bring safety to our streets by locking up dangerous offenders and securing our borders. And we will fight to end catch and release bail and to push for treatment to combat addiction. We must get immigration under control after a decade of Liberal mismanagement. Canadians are very welcoming, but our healthcare, housing, and job markets are now overflowing because population growth has been too fast. Mr. Speaker, these priorities represent our goals, and Conservatives will fight to deliver them. Mr. Speaker, by the end, the poll aggregators gave us a 1% chance of winning in Hamilton East Stony Creek. But we knew that people want to change, and that's why I'm standing here today. Over the last few weeks, I've been asked, what is the secret to winning? My response has always been hard work, but today I have a secret to share with the House. It's a Serbian word called inat, which Google defines as a stubborn defiance fueled by pride and passion. Simply put, me and my team would not take no or you can't win as an answer.
Hear, hear.
It's the same mentality that brought my parents to a country which offered freedom and opportunity for them and their future children. Where my father, Ilya Kurik, who herded sheep as a child in a Serbian village called Strmica, and my late mother, Ivanka Kurik, who grew up in a house with a straw roof in a tiny Croatian village called Ledenik. They left their humble beginnings for Canada, the land of opportunity, where they were able to achieve their dreams and allow me to achieve mine. Because of Canada and hard work, my family's story was able to go from the village to Parliament in 1 generation. Mr. Speaker, Pierre Poilievre installed in me that we are the servants and not the masters. I stand here before you, ready to serve. I love this country. God bless Canada.
Hear, hear.
Thank
you. Thank the member. He basically finished right on time, so congratulations. Yeah. It being 6:30, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.